Yo 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 yo. What's up, friends? This is a live stream. This is a live stream. This is a live stream. If you're listening to it afterwards, it's been put into the archives. I think my ex got back with his ex after almost 3 years of us dating now. I can't stop thinking about if he was thinking about her the whole time. I'm sorry, Astrid. It's tough. You should play Fortnite and read stories. It's crazy. I can't believe Fortnite's still so popular. I never got into it. Honestly, I don't think I'd be able to play Fortnite at the same time and stare at a screen to read stories. I need chameleon eyes and a chameleon brain. Hey, Sarah, what's up? What's up, everybody? Right now, we're making history. Listening from the Hard Rock Casino Hotel. Thank you. That's awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mind you, we only broke up 2 months ago, and he was telling me he wanted to baby trap me like a month and a half ago. Yikes. Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, the baby trap concept is just if you think about your life, right? So many people, I think, delude themselves with the desire to, create life, right? It's so hardwired into us that for some reason we'll even tell ourselves that somehow life is going to get better by doing it at all costs. And that cost could be essentially the stability of that kid's life by doing something as insane as baby trapping yourself with someone who's maybe not even compatible, or that you don't intend to stay with, or they don't intend to stay with you, whatever. And I don't know. I just got done talking to a friend about he has a 5-year-old and a 2-year-old or something like that, and I was like, is it everything you hope for? And he's like, honestly, I would never take it back ever. But if I could do it again differently, I probably wouldn't. I wouldn't have kids. He said he probably would adopt. He's like, because it's been insanely chaotic for him, I guess. I don't know. Everybody has a different experience, right? We back from Shy, me and the girlfriend. We appreciate for everything, man. Joel, real talk. We really do know you help a lot of people in this world. Thank you. I appreciate you. Did the No Sleep podcast name me Joel Blackwell? No. That started with I figured I would have the name for Twist of History, and then that extended over to No Sleep. Hey, Beth, what's up? Just because you have a child doesn't mean you should. Yeah, I don't know. It's you really got to know what you're doing before you jump into it. But at the same time, maybe you don't. Maybe that's the weird thing. In life, we have adapted specifically to procreate with one another, but then it's not like we were designed specifically to really get along beyond that in a weird way. Because I always find that to be one of the life's grandest sort of cosmic dark sense of humors is just the fact that men and women so much if you think about your best friends, the ones you hang out with all the fucking time, or just friends in general, you probably don't have a lot of dramatic interactions with those people. If you do, maybe there's something wrong with you. Maybe there's something you got to work on and fix and figure out. Maybe there's people that you got to get away from, you know what I mean? But it's so strange sometimes to think a lot of relationships just always have such a massive amount of discontent in them, and it's just why? That's such a fucking weird one. The Yellow Elevators. Welcome to the Buttersalt Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Guys, there is bonus content out now. The paranormal stories are up and edited over on Patreon as well as YouTube. So check that out in the bonus content playlist when you get a chance. Also, I'm just going to link I'm going to link Saturn Soul again, just in case anybody's missed it. Just in case. You never know. Boom. All right. Anyways, how are you guys doing? What's new? How was your day? Watching from rehab. What kind of rehab? Hope you're doing all right. Hurt my nose. The guy in the sewer. Thank you for the gift or two. Kai McKissick. Welcome, welcome. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you, guy in the sewer. Joel, I'm sick. Come for me, please. Tea time. You gotta get the Zycam, the shit with the zinc in it. Those lozenges are freaking sick. They kick butt. They boost the immune. Tired as fuck, but just wanted to say hey before I fall asleep. Hey, no worries. Yeah, I kind of started late tonight, but I don't know. Today feels like 2 days. It's very strange. I got like sudden, like I don't know, like outside of space and time in a strange way. I feel like earlier was tomorrow and right now was yesterday. It's all just very disconjointed. Joel spent $100 on a toy rubber duck today. It's true. It quacks. It distracts the Ark robots. Love from Mexico. Thank you. Wart. This week's major news: a missile strike from. You know what? We're not gonna read about. What about recent gaming news? Wouldn't you guys rather hear about gaming news instead of shit you can't control? Okay, the Xbox store kicked off its Black Friday 2025 sale with 1,000 games discounted. Oh my god. Fuck Xbox. Nintendo announced that as of 18th November 2025, the newly launched Nintendo eShop is live for both the Nintendo Switch 2 and the Switch. There's like something that like deep down makes me so sick that the Switch 2 is just like a slightly better upgraded version of the Switch. Like, what the fuck is that? It's literally just to like mildly improve it. Almost like you're getting like a firmware update. Anyways, fuck Nintendo too. They all suck. Steam machines are where it's at, right? Anybody know anything about the Steam machines? Are they gonna be good? Same thing with the Wii and the Wii U. Yeah, I hated that. Like, the Wii U was like so fucking forgettable. And then the Switch was like one of the highest selling consoles of all time, and I don't know. I genuinely wouldn't be surprised if like Nintendo saw like a massive drop off after the Switch 2. The Steam machines are going to be dope. I hope so, man. Basically exactly what we're saying, where the Xbox is doing a PC hybrid. It's amazing. The game Ark Raiders has sparked debate because it uses generative AI voiceovers trained on real actors, raising concerns about job replacement and creative integrity. Yeah, what do you guys feel about that? Ark Raiders being like a really fun game, but all the voices in it are like AI voiced over. Pretty sad, right? This touches on a broader industry tensions, tech firms emphasizing efficiency versus AI versus creators worried about art, job security, and authenticity. Relevance to use, and oh, well, I don't need to know that. I don't know why the fuck AI's always got to call you out on shit. The actors gave permission, so I'm on the fence. Oh, so the actors literally like sold their likeness. Well, yeah, but where did they train the models based on those actors? I legitimately might have narcolepsy. The neurologist thinks I have it, but I haven't got tested for it yet. So you just kind of like pass out of nowhere? Joel will never be replaced by AI because he is AI. Am I sad or upset today? No, honestly, I feel pretty good. It's kind of funny though. I always feel like Instagram like knows specifically when to just like make you upset. Like it just like brings up, yeah, like that's what it's so strange to me. Like I genuinely think that Instagram and all these short form contents are like some like long con to like just like brainwash everyone or like rewire, you know, your brain circuitry of sorts by just like constantly pounding your head with just like not insane emotions, but just like fluctuations between just like sad, angry, laughing, horny, just like everything all at once. And it's like, how does the brain kind of handle all that shit at one time? Literally brain rot, yeah. The ones who sign contracts are probably the same people who crossed the picket lines during the guild strike a while back. No, with me, it's where I will be alert, then instantly I feel so tired it's hard to keep my eyes open. Oh, wait. Be alert and then feel so tired it's hard to keep your eyes open. Even after like a normal night's sleep, is your sleep schedule all over the place, or is it just, I mean, obviously if you're falling asleep out of nowhere, something's abnormal if it's like outside of your normal sleep schedule. I'm new, YouTube recommended this, so I'm here I am. Hey, welcome. Yeah, we're basically going to be recording some scary stories here in a little bit for the channel. If you can see, the channel is like a narration channel, and other than that, we just kind of chit-chat about stuff and hang out, whatever you want to talk about, and make friends. Instagram made me bald today, and I had to go get off and just cook some food and stop thinking. Yeah, what did they show you? It was Mark Zuckerberg's on his knees with his tongue sticking out, and it says bounce on it. Join my favorite YouTuber. You're my favorite YouTuber. Thank you. Appreciate you. Would you rather lose side sauces or pizza? Side sauces? What's side sauces? Like the stuff you dip the pizza into? There's a video posted a long while ago where at the end you go, you gotta be quicker than that, in a Joker voice, and my friends and I still laugh to this day. That's funny. It's from, I don't know if you remember that commercial. It's like, here's $1. Here's $1. You gotta be quicker than that. If you haven't seen that commercial, you should look it up. It's hilarious. Been listening to you 7 years, brother. Miss Twisted History 2. Love Solar. Saturn Soul. Thank you. Yeah, sadly, things get restructured, and it is what it is. State Farm commercial. Yeah, it's back when those State Farm commercials were freaking so lay random, bro. So freaking random. Did I remember there's just I'm sure you guys have experienced this, but when you were in school, you just noticed that your fellow students have a certain type of vernacular or things that they all just start saying seemingly as a hive mind, and you didn't give any permission for any of this to occur. They just start saying their saying that sticks, just rotates through. And I vaguely recall in high school being like, dude, that's so random. That's so fucking random, dude. That's so random. It was definitely part of that sort of millennial brain rot era of 2008. And then there was a period of time where people would be like, you would. It literally was 6-7 bullshit, but it actually had some type of direction with it. But I'm sure there was stuff I think when I was young, I remember kids saying dude, that's freaking beastly. That's freaking beastly. I was 9 years old, kids being like, dude, that's freaking beastly. And it's just, so that kind of reminded me of the 6-7 stuff. Dude, beastly was so cringe. Yeah. And then you hear it. Yeah, the diabolical. Absolutely diabolical. Oh my god, yeah. The shit you see in the comments section. It got me dying. Or they gotta repeat the joke and just be like, it got me dying. Or I guess it's giving. It's giving actually makes me want to put a bullet in my head. I hate seeing that shit in the comments section. Did you know Mr. Beast made a cartoon? Thank God. I've been waiting, bro. Nefarious. That's how they learned I have severe hypersomnia, which is a sign of narcolepsy. Okay, yeah, definitely. Wonder, yeah. So it's been an ongoing thing. Kids are now saying tough. Yeah, that, I heard that at the gym the other day. Someone looked at someone's shoes and yo, those shoes are tough. And I guess that's fine. But it's also, do we really always need a new set of words for the same shit all the time? I guess it's kind of every time, it's nobody ever wants to drink Gatorade for the rest of their life, even though objectively speaking, Gatorade and all the other hydration drinks are all the same shit, but it's just I guess we as humans just variation, you know what I mean? Yeah, we gotta keep it spicy. It's a vibe. What the hell's a vibe? Bro. Took me very long to get used to shook. Shook. You gotta be one of those people that uses the newest terms as soon as possible. People will look up to you and appreciate you. One thing my one friend said forever, he just like casually says it. I'm like, this guy's making stuff up to get us to say it by saying enough. But he'd be like, oh, that's cummy. He's like, bro, that's cummy. I'm like, cummy? Like jizz? Like that's covered in jizz? That's of the variety of having like semen on it? Like what? But at the same time, it made sense. The situation was quite cummy. Skeety. It's pretty skeety. Guys, we need to make cummy big. Things are looking pretty cummy. Oh yeah, we better read too. Let's get into it. That's jizztastic. Joel, I totaled my car. I'm sorry to hear that. You will bounce back for this. Are you okay though? Did you get hurt? When I find something really cute at the thrift store, I just want to say squirt. I'm about to fucking squirt. Fetch. Hitsuba, it's giving stop making fetch happen. Am I right? Fetch. You fucking fetch. I'm about to squirt. It's fucking cummy. Just whatever juices come out of the body, just turn it into an adjective and you're good to go. You woke up in a guardrail. Holy shit. So you got like a concussion? Joe, I've been taking creatine for the past 2 months. My brain health, after you mentioned it, is one of the lives and has been awesome. Nice. That's awesome. Do you take it for like, because the one thing they say it's like the best benefit, we got obviously lifting weights and resistance training, then you got long distance cardio, steady state, and then brain health. So, and I think the brain health is best achieved at the 20 grams a day area. It like basically at a certain point your muscles use it up, or use up the 5 to 10 grams. So like anything beyond that is for like brain health. So that's pretty sweet. I'm glad you're feeling good. Just make sure you stay hydrated. The deuces gooses. Those shoes are so pustules. Those shoes are covered in pustules. All right, friends, we got Rocky Mountain stories. A very interesting topic tonight, honestly. Who is excited? Who's about to fucking lose their goddamn mind? Nightmare Lover, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Rocky Mountain oysters. I hope they're in here. I hope we talk about them. You going to bed, pink girl? Right to jail. Straight to jail. I don't mind moist, but wholesome makes me cringe. Wholesome? I feel like wholesome's not even like necessarily a slang term. It's just kind of like, oh. I guess it does take a little bit more brain power to like get it out for some reason. For someone to sit there and be like, that's wholesome. They could just say, But I guess I could see wholesome being typed out in a comment section, and therefore it would come off as cringe for sure. It's very millennial. Anything millennial must be stomped out of history. But then the second you stomp everything millennial out, the next generation will be like, that's so fucking Gen Z, bro. Millennials make fun of boomers. I guess we just skip Gen X or whatever. Basically, anyone older than you is bad. That's the rule. That's the rule of youth. If you are at a point of like maximal youngness and attractiveness and brain development, everything beyond that window must be ridiculed and thrown asunder. Yeah, anyone older than you sucks. Anyone younger than you sucks. These are the rules. Yes, it's the Ouroboros of culture. You must basically fight all of your peers. But go off, queen. Jack off, queen. Alright, friends, let's get it. You probably never think that... Alright, but I used to be... Okay. You probably never think it to look at me today. What is this saying? You'd probably never think it to look at me today. Is this grammar? You'd probably never think it to look at me today, but I used to be a pretty cool guy way back when. You probably never think it. Maybe looking at me today? Is it right? I have no idea. To look at. Whatever. Looking at me. We'll just say looking. That is correct grammar? Really? You'd probably never think it to look at me today? Why is that so weird? You'd probably never think it to look at me today. To look at me? Well, I don't even know. What's up, Tiff? Alright. You'd probably never think it to look at me today, but I used to be a pretty cool guy back when. These days I make a living fixing cars and motorcycles, partly on the back of skills that I picked up in my former life, as the guitarist in a touring rock band. Fuck. I feel like looking makes more sense, but whatever, it doesn't matter. These days, I make a living fixing cars and motorcycles, partly on the back of skills that I picked up in my former life, as the guitarist in a touring rock and roll band. Now, we never made it big or anything. We didn't sell out stadiums or earn a platinum record, but we made enough money selling tapes and t-shirts and merchandise and tickets to our shows to earn a pretty decent living for ourselves. Now, we were based out of Boston and played a lot of shows in New York and Philly, but we also played all over the country too, doing that old school touring schedule thing of planning conquests with nothing but a map and a phone book. And that's how we ended up doing a kind of Rocky Mountain rock and roll tour during the summer of 1977, one that took us through Utah, Wyoming, and most relevant to this story, Colorado. And so we managed to book ourselves onto the bill of a music festival in a little mountain town called Lake City. It was a bit of a family affair, so we played a couple of Gordon Lightfoot and Neil Diamond numbers, along with a couple of the softer tunes. Now, it was light duty, as my World War II vet dad used to say, and we were still working, but it was also a chance to relax and recharge our batteries a little before the heavier shows up in Aspen and Boulder and Denver started. Now, we finished our set at around 5:30 and then walked around talking to the locals and enjoying their hospitality. I have myself a little green chili bison burger, a delicacy that no other burger has managed to top, by the way, while our bassist, this crazy SOB, ate a whole plate of Rocky Mountain oysters all to himself, much to the amusement of the locals, it would seem. And if you don't know what those are, boy, do I envy you. Now, one of the folks we got to talking to was a man named Jed, who was particularly pleased with us thanks to our cover of If You Could Read My Mind, which he said was his and his wife's song. Now, we got to talking about some of the other music we like to play, and at the mention of Black Sabbath and Judas Priest, he joked about us being a band of traveling Satanists. He knew all the panic surrounding metal was bullcrap, and remembered when the release? Yeah, it's a Killer's cover band in the 70s. What's up, Pat's Nation? How we doing, bro? I knew they'd be in here somewhere. Rocky Mountain oysters are so gross. Can't avoid it, bro. Read my mind. Please say happy birthday, my fiance Andy. Love from Amy in Carlisle, UK. Happy birthday, Andrew. Prince Andrew, sorry. Happy birthday, Andy. I hope you're having an amazing, amazing day. What are you guys going to do? Better do something cool. Is the background moving? I think he might just be on the drugs. Do you have head hair? I've collected many scalps in my time as a warrior. He knew all the panic surrounding metal was bullcrap and remembered when the release of Psycho back in 1960 had folks saying society was quote-unquote going to hell. He even said he took his teenage son to see Carrie during Thanksgiving weekend of that previous year, and as a huge fan of The King, we quickly established a mutual love of all things creepy. Now, maybe an hour or two later, Jed said that he had to jet, but before he did, he asked if we'd be interested in seeing a genuine ghost town named Carson before we left for our next stop. Now, we were pretty thrilled at the idea because doing cool stuff like that was half the reason we went on tour in the first place. We didn't just get to play shows and make money, we got to see America too. And I'd say that there were few things all 5 band members could get excited about, like the idea of seeing a real-life ghost town. Now, we met up with Jed bright and early the next morning, then we followed his car a bunch of... You like goth girls? Bro, who doesn't, bro? Who doesn't? Speaking of King, who's the king? Welcome to Darius Fantastic. Bro, I mean, it sounds like it's pretty good. I might have to check it out. Do you think someone is going to be famous from your chat? Right now, I mean, who's the most famous in here wasn't Justin? Justin's like a world-renowned Hollywood gay porn star or something like that. Been watching since 2017. That's crazy. Thank you for watching, my friend. How's Pradeep? He's good. He is curled up behind me here. Pradeep fans, rise up. Pradeep will be the most famous of us all. I've been watching since the summer of 2016. That's crazy. That's like kind of when things started to pop off a little bit with True Scary Stories and all that. Where is Pradeep? He's behind me. We met up with Jed bright and early the next morning, and then we followed his car up a bunch of gravelly mountain tracks till we eventually reached a dead end. Jed apologized and said that we'd have to walk about a mile up the mountain to get to Carson, but we didn't mind at all. It was actually kind of nice to be able to stretch our legs after spending so long on the bus. And then after a short walk through a whole bunch of trees, we entered a clearing that had around a dozen wooden buildings, all standing, derelict. Now, Jed told us Carson was founded back in 1889 as a silver mining settlement, and that for a few years it was home to almost 500 miners, as well as around half a dozen families who sold them food and equipment and laundry services. The town prospered for a few years, with a few extra bunkhouses being built to accommodate even more of those miners. But by 1895, not a single soul remained, and Carson had been completely abandoned. And when we asked what happened, Jed told us that there were 2 explanations, the official one and the unofficial one. The official one had been propagated by the town's owner and financier, who tried selling the land because the silver mine had supposedly run dry. But the unofficial explanation, which Jed says was the God's honest truth, had been passed by word of mouth from generation to generation, and this one was considerably creepier. Jed said that he'd heard the tale from his grandfather, who in turn had heard it from a lady who used to live up in Carson with her family. Jed's grandfather was a deputy sheriff, a man who could smell a lie the other way. Oh, what's up, Justin? We just came to the conclusion that you're going to be the most famous here. What's up, Jams? Have I used any stories from my experiences? I posted some, but really nothing too crazy. Well, actually, yes, crazy, but it's going way back on the Pennsylvania video. Been a hot minute since I watched you do the life stuff and I have to hop off, but it's been good hearing you do. Thank you, Bridge, for the sheep. Anon with the 2. Are you balding? Please answer. For real, for real. I have a big powdered wig made out of Pradeep's body. He just wraps around me. We are just a symbiotic beast. One and the same. What's up, Grey Ghost? Thank you for the 2, friend. Appreciate you. Joel and I have a humiliation ship where he roasts me and I let him. I'm waiting to be absolutely blasted back. How's every night going? It's going to rain tomorrow and I love the rain. It don't rain a lot here in California. That is kind of lame. I need to find a motion to transcribe more of my experience to submit. Yeah, send it. Let's read submissions. gmail.com. Send them on in. Send them on in. Jed's grandfather was a deputy sheriff, a man who could smell a lie the other... What the fuck am I reading? A man who could smell a lie the way other men's... Oh, okay. Pam C., thank you for the 10. Says, thank you, Joel. You're welcome. Pam? What's crappinin'? I got a currently 12-page unfinished one about my bad high school friends. 12-page unfinished one about a bad high school friends. Yeah, send it in. Need as many as we can get. I saw another Let's Read channel and thought it was weak how the channel was doing the exact same thing. What was it? Another Let's Read one? I'm going to put your name on a paper at the shrine for good luck. You're welcome. Thank you. I appreciate that. Hopefully I don't get cursed. What story we're on? This is just story 1. Jada, thank you for the 1. Appreciate you. Sorry, you guys might have to change your names on your YouTube settings if you wanted to go back to like what it normally shows up as. Because right now it shows this, the at, you know what I'm saying? I sound so out of it. How come? I think I just need to get going. Sometimes like there's something that you guys say at some point that just gets me like, bah, 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 you know? I can pull, well, I don't know, pull energy from internally. I'm pretty decent at kind of keeping things at like a mid-range level internally, but sometimes I'm kind of one of those people that like feed off of whatever you guys talk about, so unless we get wet and wild, it's hard for me to get like nutso-butso, you know what I mean? I sound stoned. Oh no, yeah, I don't really smoke or anything. You hear the grinder. You hear my grinder app in the background. Just pics of wieners flopping around everywhere. Do you ever keep in contact with the other scary storytellers? Did you stay to yourself? You know, let's see. I mean, once in a while, Swamp Dweller will come in here. Jensen, who doesn't really narrate anymore, he's like a really good friend. You know, it's not that I have any qualms with anybody at all. It's just the internet's weird where, like, you're friends with people, but you're also, like, not really friends with them, you know what I mean? And, like, the sense of you're not just gonna, like, see you at the reunion, or, you know, or whatever, or, like, see you at work. It's like, unless you're, like, messaging, you're not really keeping up with one another, I suppose. And then people just kind of fade out of each other's purview of sorts. Sarah, thank you. Welcome back for 29 months. Happy Wednesday. 1 week till Turkey Day, 30 till Xmas. Thank you. Yeah. I'm excited. Thank you so much for almost 30 months. That's crazy. What are you guys making for Thanksgiving? I think I'm going to make quesadillas. I don't know why. I don't know when. But I'm making. Yeah, Justin, I guess we already talked about it, but you're going to miss it. Been a long time fan. Thanks for everything. You're welcome. Minecraft. Tamales. Oh my god, yeah. Stuffed turkey. Let's go. In charge of the charcuterie board. The charcuterie board. Green bean quesadilla. Hell yeah. Honestly, it's just a food holiday. Bring whatever the frick. Lasagna, homemade bread. Damn. That sounds good. Pie. Oh man. You're making everything from scratch. That's crazy. I think that, the tough part to me, I feel like, is just like timing up when you finally like pull everything out and you got the turkey's hot, all the shit's hot. Like, how do you, with only like one oven, how does one even make sure you stay on top of things? He dislikes Thanksgiving fare. I guess it just depends on who you have to be around on Thanksgiving, because, like, I mean, if you're in a comfortable spot, you're eating good shit. Oh, also, Mystery. Welcome back to the Buttersock Call. You know that. Still have access to bonus content. Bro, my girl is wondering how we send in a story, and I definitely have something that will blow everyone's mind. Yeah, definitely send it in. Let's read submissions at gmail.com. It's linked down below link down below. Every video. Don't put the turkey in the oven, get a countertop roaster. Save the oven for more important things like pie and rolls. Oh, that does make more sense, huh? Chinese food for Christmas? Yeah, I've done it before. Jed's grandfather was a deputy sheriff, a man who could smell a lie the way... What the fuck am I reading? A man who could smell a lie the way other men smell pie baking in an oven. Okay. Jed's grandfather was a deputy sheriff, a man who could smell a lie the way other men could smell pie baking in an oven. And his grandpa believed every single word that lady had to say. He hadn't just heard it from her either. He said he met a handful of others who claimed to have been there that day. Some said a riot erupted up there in the mine and that the company's armed guards had to step in to put it down with lead. But the girl Jed's grandfather spoke to, her pa had actually gone up to the mine and seen the aftermath with his own 2 eyes. He said it was just some miners' strike that turned violent. It had been an all-out slaughter, with every man for himself. And the folks in Carson realized what was going on when a couple of wounded miners came running into town. They'd already heard gunshots echoing down the mountainside, but seeing as they relied on hunters and trappers for all their fresh meat, they didn't think much of it. But when those first miners came running into town, with cuts and stab wounds and riddled with buckshot, they sure as heck thought something of it then. Half the mining company's guards were off duty, either sleeping in the bunkhouse or drinking in the canteen. But when they heard how a bunch of miners had suddenly and unexpectedly started attacking their fellow workers and had even managed to overpower the on-duty guards, they grabbed their guns and ran up the mountain to assist them. And as more and more miners came limping down the mountain, the families living in Carson began tending to the wounded as best they could. They waited for the guards to come back, having put down the men responsible for starting the riot. But just like Jed said, it was no ordinary riot. And then when the gunfire stopped and no one came back down the mountain, some of Carson's menfolk ran up the slopes to see what had happened. But when they arrived, what they saw terrified them. There were dead bodies laying all around the mine's entrance, some belonging to miners and some belonging to guards. It made for a terrible scene, but it was nothing compared to what waited for them inside the mine. From the mine's entrance all the way down to its pit, the dead and dying lay side by side in puddles of each other's blood. Jed was told that in some sections, the blood ran down the shaft in little rivers as pools of it higher up began to overflow and run down the passageways. And there must have been at least 100 dead miners and another 50 on death's door. So as fast as they could, Carson's men began carrying the wounded out of the cave to be treated by the camp's doctor. And Jed said that he was told how awful the wounds were. Some men had been shot point blank with 12-gauge shotguns, meaning whole limbs had been blown off, and in other cases, whole torsos had been torn open and shredded. But the wounds inflicted by pickaxes were just as gruesome. Some men were completely impaled, handles hanging from their fronts with the points of pickheads. Pickheads. Keanu, thank you for the $3. Appreciate you. Thank you, Keanu. Just make sure whatever you cook or bring that's good enough to spare you and your Uber driver and your lawyer from being given the brazen bowl. I'm not familiar with that at all. Is that from a show? Thank you for reminding me. I have some lovely meat-free sausages in the freezer. Meat-free sausages? They better be made with crickets. Would you ever go in an onsen in Japan? You gotta be naked, so don't be shy. What is an onsen? Like a... Let's see. Oh, is it like a bathhouse? You go there naked, they're like, you're just like the only naked person the whole time. What the fuck is he doing? Why is he nude? Ivy, thank you. A brazen bowl is a Greek or Roman thing where they boil someone alive in a bronze bowl. Well, is that gonna happen to me? At the onsen? Onsen? How do you even say it? The idea of eating around naked people legit makes me feel ill. I mean, I guess if we just did it enough, everyone would get used to it, right? Eventually. Like if everyone just kind of stands around nude all the time. What would that do to people's like psyche towards each other? If you just like saw each other naked all the time, do you think I don't know, would we feel more comfortable around one another? Do you think we would go insane and just have a big old mud wrestling competition? It's a creator that rates potlucks and gives people torture if she doesn't like it what they brought. It's funny. Oh, Jesus. Just slowly like whipping them to death. But for some reason YouTube just like allows gratuitous, torturous violence. It's funny, guys. It's funny. It's for kids. You think women would become meat gazers? Well, I mean, you really can't but help it, I imagine. It's just sort of wired into us to stare at each other's sexual organs and whatnot. We'd probably be as antisocial as we already are within a few weeks. Yeah, right. But we're just more naked. I think people will be jerks about it more than anything, unfortunately. It'd be pretty empowering, though, from what I've heard from people who've done it. Nice. Some men were completely impaled, handles hanging from their fronts with the point of pickaxes emerging from their backs. Others had their skulls completely annihilated, and in some cases, a dead man's only wound was a gaping hole in the top of his skull. It was a bloodbath, the worst thing any of Carson's men had ever seen, and they'd lived through half a dozen Rocky Mountain winters, 2 bear attacks, and even an attack by a gang of outlaws. They've seen some stuff in their time driving their wagons out east and living up in those mountains, but nothing like what they saw in that mine that day. Miners were dying just because they couldn't get help fast enough. The men would carry them out, and they'd seem in pain but otherwise fine. Then when they got back to him after seeing to those who were more severely wounded, the men had bled to death. It was awful, but the killing wasn't over. Not yet. As the men are clearing out the wounded, they have to go deeper and deeper into the mine, and then at one point, the son of the town butcher went running down into the mine to go get some help, but he never came back. And when his father went down to look for him, he found his boy with a pickaxe in his hands, hacking up corpses so furiously that he was completely covered in their blood. His father tried to stop him, but the boy attacked him, and no matter how much his father tried, the boy wouldn't stop, and in the end, the butcher had to put his own son down to keep him from hurting anyone else. And then he came out of that mine screaming and insane with grief. And that's when they made the decision to seal the place up. And Oh yeah, the cloud flare outage. Hey, thank you, Ivy. Yeah, did you guys see the cloud flare outage? I think they're just doing maintenance, it says right now, but I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if it's like a cover story, or I mean, I guess it was scheduled maintenance. Well, no, maybe they scheduled it after the initial downing. And that's when they made the decision to seal the place up, and Ather, what is wrong with me? The Cloudflare outage is hilarious. It's silly how much of the internet depends on Cloudflare. I know, it's like 25% of the internet, like 1/4 of everywhere you go is reliant upon this like centralized security system. Like, tell me that's not like almost as bad as like having the entirety of like the United States grid exist in one constrained area or very limited areas. It just would be too easy to like strike it down, you know what I mean, when you finally got a hold of it. And then it just like fucks everyone up. I got desensitized to nakedness in drawing anatomy classes. That's good. When I see porn, I just think it's another day. And that's when they made the decision to seal the place up. And after gathering up as much dynamite as they could, the walking wounded were able to blow the entrance and bury both the dead and the wounded alike. There were rumors that seeing all that death made the boy go crazy, that his mind just couldn't handle it, and it slipped away from him as he walked among the dead with the coppery stink of fresh blood in the air. But those that were there say that there was something down there. Maybe some kind of gas or fungal spore that was to blame for making some of the miners turn on their comrades. It happened to the Butcher's Bory. Metal Hippie, welcome to the Buddha Suck Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you, Hippie. Appreciate you. Place blood pressure cuff on your upper arm or above your wrist evenly as possible. Relax and press start to place stethoscope at artery and pump up. If taking a risk, keep arm at level of heart. Are you guys taking each other's BPs right now? What's going on? Is this also doubling as an emergency room? What does Atlas have 3 eyes? I don't know. There was like some update. Why do we still give a shit about the Atlas thing? Like why? Are we bored? You can take a pulse on your neck. Hell yeah, dude. Do I speak any other languages? Just Ig Platin. ChatGPT became a co-parent with me today. My son asked it what a good haircut was to rizz up the ladies, and it replied that it was inappropriate for his age and he should focus on comfort. Focus on a bowl cut. Focus on something that you can like look back, and when you become an Instagram model, you can point to that picture and laugh how silly you looked. Tell him he needs to do a broccoli cut. He needs to get a perm, a slight side shave, and a fucking broccoli cut. It's a psyop to distract us from the Epstein files. Oh yeah, did you see? It was like the House voted, right, unanimously, like bipartisan vote, to, I think it was the House, to release like the Epstein files, but it was all whatever like hasn't been redacted. So like anything that's been redacted won't be released to the public or available to the public, but it was like, so it's so stupid. The whole thing was just like biding time so they could like cover up as much as they could. I don't know, dude. I genuinely think that if you really got to like see behind the veil of how controlled both sides are within our political system via sexual blackmail and, you know, child trafficking, all like tied to like a foreign intelligence agency, like your brain as a citizen would fucking explode. You wouldn't even be able to view any of the institutions the same anymore. Everything you would see on the television would just be some like abstract, you know, bukkake theater. You know what I mean? Sarah with the 5 says, poll, hook up with out-of-town friend over the holiday? ? Yes or no? Also asked Dora friend. Who are we hooking up with? An out-of-town friend. My out-of-town friend from Nigeria. Politics. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I mean, it's not even necessarily politics in that sense. It's, and I guess it is technically politics in a weird way, but if like your form of politics boils down to, you know, which intelligence agency is blackmailed who, I don't know, I feel like that goes a little bit deeper, maybe, you know what I mean? Or, you know, maybe we find out. Joel broccoli cut. I actually have more of a cauliflower cut. I mean, it does involve politicians, sure, yeah. I want to get involved in politics unless I get to become a tyrannical dictator. Would you be a nice one, though? I don't think you would. You'd be so scared that they would rise up that you'd have to eventually just start beating everyone down. Do I rock climb? No. I mean, I have rock climbed, but man, it's so fucking uncomfortable with that shit like digging up into your crotch the whole time. Fucking cock just hanging out. All governments suffer a recurring problem. Power attracts pathological personalities. It's not the power corrupts, but that it is a magnetic to the corruptible. That's true, but I mean, it also attracts like, well, you're right. But I mean, that it's also to say, like, who's to say that those systems that we perceive, this sort of like left versus right, and we just assume it's like we go to the polls and that's it. It's like, what if you found out that it was none of that? What if you found out that it was all just sort of like, just sort of a selection, like a passive performance that you get to kind of like loosely observe and watch and feel like, you know, the systems are working as they should be, and you go to, and the only thing that really matters at the end of the day is that you keep going to work. Have you heard of Sleep Token? I just found them and obsessed. Sleep Token? Like the beds? The Sleep Token beds? I feel like I've heard of that. An Igor haircut. Yes, master. Yes. Igor. Also, yeah, somebody made a good point that the recent Frankenstein remake or whatever, Del Toro, whatever, that Frankenstein is hot, Frankenstein's monster is hot, everyone's just hot, right? Everyone's just like good looking. Back in the day, it's like you could tell like a good, captivating story about some freak mad scientist in a lab with like a weird, funny, like hunchback character named Igor and like a disgusting, experimental monster. And it'd still be interesting. And now it's like everybody's just like an Abercrombie model. Sleep Token is so bad. Is it just beds? Oh, Sleep Token is a band. Oh, okay. I thought Sleep Token was like a Tempur-Pedic mattress or something. This is talking about how basically every organization, regardless of its initial intentions, ends up just trying to preserve itself instead of whatever the initial idea was. Right, I mean, that's the intelligence agencies. Like, if we as humans, right, we all operate on what? What do we all operate on? We all operate on hierarchies. And the hierarchy must be obeyed. And if you don't obey the hierarchy, say you're in the military, you don't obey the hierarchy, what happens? You get arrested or you get killed, right? So all you really do have to do is just follow the chain of command up to a certain extent and determine which aspect of these probably has the most degree of influence over other, because they don't have to answer to any sort of checks and balances or hierarchy. And almost 100% of the time you're going to arrive at either banking or intelligence agencies. It's just right in your fucking face all the time. Money controls everything, and information controls everything. And, if the military falls underneath that, then that's the end game. And it's smart. It's smart to go consolidate all that power. And if I encourage all of you, if you ever get into a position to do that, you should do it too. Drink more water. Okay. There's a restaurant here that Americans a free special. It's the saltine crackers with this cream cheese. It's like a salad. Instead of ice cream, try a salad. I went way back to the channel and listened to you reading the Psalms. It was Joe I've never heard before. Yeah, it was definitely a different vibe back then for sure. Maybe quite peaceful. How many people do they have to step on to get to the top? To get to the top, you just have to, what do you have to do? Yeah, you have to step on everybody. But it's not like some individual person is stepping on things. It's like organizations like moving in coercion with together. And if one of you go down, you all go down through some sort of like blood pact, right? Like through some type of blackmail concept where, and if the system comes down on you, you bring it all down with you, or you start a war or something like that. You start some type of conflict. You start some type of cascade effect on like the economy. You just like, that's the thing, is you have to have your tentacles wrapped around all aspects or foundations of a society. And a lot of that comes down to its finances and its sort of like hierarchical organizational structures. And as soon as you start to see those kind of like implode within themselves, it's probably not a good sign. Even an Arcadia album by Sleep Token is my favorite album, but Take Me Back to Eden album is pretty sick too. Nice. Yeah. Create the us and them mentality. Well, yeah, it's definitely the most divisive concept, is like the left versus right. Like the faster you can kind of come to the realization that like, even though you identify with certain concepts within those sort of prevailing party lines and their dogmatic teachings, you have to understand how easy it is to control both of those narratives. If you control one side, you got to control the other, so that essentially nothing is ever necessarily real. It's just all like more or less permitted in certain ways. Hey Joel, I'm not even trying to be funny. I'm generally asking why is when I rip ad, does it smell so bad? This cannot be normal. I'm literally gagging. I feel like you shouldn't be gagging on your own farts. You should be into it. High on your own supply, bro. It happened to the butcher's boy. and he himself got a dose when he was down there to look for his son, because all he could do was scream and cry and struggle as his friends and family tried to keep him still. He wasn't just out of his mind with the grief, there was something else affecting him, something the survivors thought best to bury. Jed said the mining company paid to have all the bodies collected and returned, but they fired the survivors and tried to have them in prison for blowing their mine sky high. The company thought that got everyone. The company thought they got, sorry. Joel just made me drool. Joel's drools. I used to be called Drool. Drool reads. Do I prefer restaurants or fast food? I like restaurants, obviously, or cooking at home. I mean, I know you said you're from Spain, right? So, like, you might perceive, like, most Americans to go kind of just eat shitty all the time, which is probably kind of true. And unfortunately, it seems like a lot of our ingredients, even in, like, our single ingredient, like, stuff, is kind of prepared or processed through, I don't know, a lot of, like, endocrine disrupting oils and various ingredients that basically just kind of like make Americans more prone to being obese, I mean, I've heard so many people say that they eat the same amount whenever they go to, like, Europe for a couple months, but they come back, like, skinnier somehow. And I really do wonder if it just comes down to the fact that, like, most of our food in America is just, like, filled with shit that gives us a lot of inflammation or something. I don't really know. People talk about seed oils and things like that being not so good for you. I can't really say. Actually go into Walmart and see how long it takes you to get arrested for bioterrorism, for farting. Our food isn't even real. Joe, have you played Arc Raiders? I have. I played a lot of Arc Raiders, and I'll be honest with you, that game is so fun, but it also is so fucking infuriating to the extent that it actually makes me not even want to play it. Like, the fact that I can, like, have 3 decent games in a row where things just worked out, but then all of a sudden I have another game where I have, like, you take down some huge Arc robot and then somebody comes and third parties you and you have no resources to have a fair fight, and then you just lose everything. You're just like, what the fuck was the point of that? And then I don't know, I just constantly find myself in that game feeling like I'm not making any progress. There's no like sure, there's like various little battle pass like bullshit that they give you, but it's just like consumable items. Like, if anything, for the quests, like the quests that you do, that's where you should get the blueprints. Like, all your blueprints shouldn't be just shit you find out in the field. The blueprints are essentially the progress for the game, because same with like the building of the workshops where you can consistently like get and build items. I don't know, I feel like the way the game rewards you, I feel like I've been stuck at the same shit for like, I have 40 hours in the game. I have 40 plus hours in Arc Raiders, and I still feel like all I ever get to do is build a Pharaoh rifle and a fucking stupid little kettle secondary pistol. And I swear to fucking God, the time to kill, which, if you think about it, you have various weapons in Call of Duty. Call of Duty sucks cock, but whatever. You have various weapons in Call of Duty where when you shoot them, it takes a certain period of time to kill said person. You get used to that period of time. It kind of makes universal sense as you do so. But in Arc Raiders, it never makes any fucking sense. I swear to God, you'll gat someone up with a Pharaoh, you whip out your shit, you literally are on top of this dude, and then somehow they can just turn around, gat you up, and you're fucking on the ground, shooting your flare in the air, and you're like, what happened? What the fuck happened? It's just like no consistency. U.S. food is basically the gaslighting of fossil fuels, nicotine, opioids, pharmaceuticals. It's made bad for you, but not in the RFK kind of way, in a science way, on purpose. Gaslighting, what is it? Basically the gaslighting of fossil fuels, nicotine. What do you mean the gaslighting of fossil fuels, nicotine, opiates, pharmaceuticals? What does that mean? I feel like you said a bunch of TikTok buzzwords, but none of it made any sense. Like, I know where you're coming from, but I didn't understand the specifics of what you're saying. Players are becoming way more toxic this week. Yeah, I don't even know. Joel, serious. Sit on the mic right now. I'm getting angry. Gaslight, gatekeep, fossil fuels. Yeah, just say all the words. I mean, I know where you're coming from, but I don't really know what... Gaslighting is like a form of tricking people into things, but I don't know what fossil fuels, nicotine, and opioids and pharmaceuticals have to do with food. Hangry, even. Guys, do not gaslight, gatekeep, or girl boss me onto the top of this mic. I will not fart into it, no matter what you say. Would I move out of the U.S.? I like vacations, you know? I like vacations, but the idea that I just like move somewhere and exist somewhere else away from family and friends that, you know, because if you think about it, like back when we were little guys, we were in villages, we were, you know, we just existed in villages. I don't think anyone in the village was like, hey, are you guys ever going to move to Prague? Or who here's going to, would you ever live in Japan? They'd be like, what the fuck is Japan? Never heard of that shit. I'm not leaving this like 15 by 15 square foot rock. This place kicks ass. It's got a teepee. It's got my cousin, who's also my wife. It's got this stick over here that I throw and kill mammoths with. How old am I? I'm 35. Old as a big pile of poop. Poison the well, unearth as I lay dying blood. I'm doing girl math in real time, which is pretty much calculus. If calculus involved adding 2 plus 2. Companies list lied about fossil fuels' effect on climate change and pharmaceutical companies lied about addiction, and food industries filled food with carbs, fats, sugars, so you're addicted. Oh, okay, so it's just like a parallel between all the companies' sort of educational processes upon how we like view their negative impacts upon us. I get, yeah, it makes more sense. Alright, imagine a band called As I Lay Pissing. It's just a bunch of old men in a nursing home. Alright. The company thought they got everybody's body off that mountainside, but Jeb said... Was it Jed or Jeb? Dude, they changed it. I think they changed it from Jed to... Oh, yeah, it's Jed. They changed it. I start whining and crying like a fucking loser, like I always do. Am I familiar with Jimmy Urine? Is he kind of like Jimmy Neutron? Or Jimmy Savile? AKA Jimmy Urine. The company thought they got everybody's body off that mountainside, but Jed said that he knew of people that had found bones in the woods below the mine. Not animal bones either. Human bones. He actually asked if we wanted to go look for ourselves because there was a slim chance that we might even find a souvenir, as he put it. But we told him we were good and had seen all we needed to. And if there was anywhere on Earth that was genuinely haunted, it was that old mining town, and we didn't want any of those old ghosts putting a curse on our tour because we'd been dumb enough to take off some bones with us. Oops. Got a blast. If there was anywhere on Earth that was genuinely haunted, it was that old mining town, and we didn't want any of those old ghosts putting a curse on our tour because we'd been dumb enough to go off with some of those bones. And Jed laughed at that, and we did too, but it wasn't entirely a joke, not in my case anyway. And we called it quits for not long. What is it? We called it quits not... Okay. Gotta piss. Jimmy Pistron. Jimmy Urine here. That's going to be the future of Nickelodeon cartoons. That's when you know cartoons have gone full woke. When it's just Jimmy urine and it's just an hour of him pissing in his diaper and in his bed. I feel like that's what the future of like cartoons are gonna be like. You're gonna like, what are you watching there, bud? And it's like when you let your kids watch cartoons on YouTube and it's Jimmy urine. What? And he's just like, I feel better. And you just see a big stinky urine stain in his bed. Like, what the fuck? Your voice makes me think you resemble Justin Hartley from Tracker. What's Tracker? I don't even know who Justin Hartley is. Nickelodeon has fallen off for sure. Well, dude, I don't even know how Nickelodeon or any of those like kids networks can really compete other than just like putting the content free on streaming services or on YouTube, because, dude, there are like trillions and billions and squillions of just like various stupid fucking animated things. You know, you got like Miss Rachel has like the combined GDP of like Ireland and Pakistan combined, you know, so how the fuck are you supposed to compete with her? She's probably got like a cartel that she can call down on you at any moment. Coco Melon, yeah, bro, they're like Godzilla and King Kong. I can't believe I leave San Diego next week. I bought my tickets for 2K last month. That's cool. San Diego's nice, I hear. I've never been. What the fuck? I swear to God, I always fucking hear like shit moving around upstairs, but then it just like doesn't. It's fucking weird. Like always just like, you know what I mean? Like that feeling that someone is like taking a few steps and then it just goes away. It's so fucking weird. But it's only ever like 1 or 2 steps. Oh yeah, Salute Your Shorts was so good. It was like, there was one episode on there that was like kind of a scary episode. This guy wearing a mask. That was actually really fucked me up as a kid. Joe's been reading horror stories for so long, the things in his own house too. Guess it's time for your own horror story. I don't know, I guess I'm ready. Let's start blasting. Doing the 2-step. I don't really know what I would do with a haunted house. Like, what are you supposed to do? Fantas. Oh my god, the little fucking rat monkey running around up there. Would you rather smash your hand with a brick or have your foot ran over with a semi? How many wheels are going over my foot with a semi? Yeah, I feel like I would do the foot, because I feel like I might be able to like low-key not feel anything. Would I explore a real haunted house? Not in like, okay, I would do it if there was like a tour, like there was like a people who were like, hey, we're going into the school or some shit. It's like big open hallways and stuff. We do this, it's like their job to take you through haunted bullshit, and there's like a bunch of us. But I would not do it by myself, and I would definitively not just do it if it was like my friends being like, dude, we're going to a fucking haunted house, man, you want to join? Fucking no. Never, ever. Do you think it would be better to live in an actual haunted house or just be schizophrenic? Probably an actual fucking haunted house. I feel terrible for like legitimate schizophrenic people who just like see shit peeking around the corner and they're like, hey, who is that? You know, or looking through your window and shit. You're like, hey. Like that would fucking suck so much ass. Your house was haunted, went to an abandoned asylums on purpose, and went to other abandoned buildings and found them to be haunted. So wait, what came first? You went to those places and then your own house got haunted? Because that would suck. What's my take on roller coasters? I like roller coasters. I think they're fun. I remember being in like 8th grade and my friend who was like, you know, pretty much a fellow tough guy like me. I remember, like, I at that point I knew him my whole life, right? And then I somehow didn't know that he was scared of roller coasters. And then he said he was scared of roller coasters and he didn't want to go. And I was like, what? I couldn't understand it. I'm like, we were at the fucking park and he's scared of roller coasters. And I was just like trying to like wrap it in my head. Like, someone telling you that they're scared of roller coasters and at age like 14 to me was like hearing someone like pisses their bed at that age. And you're just like, what? Huh? Why? Why are you peeing your bed? You're older. It's a fucking roller coaster. It's specific. They put like bags in it to test it. Big old like human-sized bags. It's like me with haunted houses. I guess that's kind of true. But I feel like with haunted houses, I don't know, what's safer, roller coasters or haunted house? At least when you're done with the roller coaster, you get the fuck out and you're like supposed to survive the roller coaster. But a haunted house, it's like something could follow you home, and that something could like haunt your dreams and do weird shit and make you feel like attached to you and make you feel like depressed and make you mean to other people or make just, I don't know, who the fuck knows what a goddamn ghost does? I don't even know what they is. You heard me? Hey, Sonomi, what's up? Being upside down for a bit. Yeah, sometimes you don't even notice it, though. Would I ever play with a Ouija board? Probably not. That's like always the one. The Ouija board is always the thing that like people play with, and then they're fucking like perma-haunted or whatever until they, I don't know, burn it or some shit. But I did play with the Ouija board in freshman year of college with some roommates and people in a graveyard, a local graveyard, and it was stupid, nothing happened, but I mean, I still look back and I'm like, why the fuck did I do that? Like, why did I actually do that? That was so dumb. We have a little girl here, her legs got cut off by a train, a man in a coat and some boots, and then there's what the kids call the zombie teacher. What is it, ghosts? Or are these real things? There was an old school Ouija board at this antique shop the other day. I was like, get me out of here. Yeah, bro. The old ones are like terrifying. Isn't it weird that like, what is it, Hasbro? Isn't it Hasbro or something that like actually still mass produces those? Like they sit there and say it's a game, but I'm like, if the game is to like summon entities from another dimension that may or may not haunt your children forever, like how the fuck can the Parker Brothers, how can they honestly say that they're not part of like that company, the Parker Brothers is not part of like some occult group? You have a Ouija board tattooed on your chest and demons bother you a lot. Wait, really? Wait, oh Matt, no, you're a sci-fi guy. You don't have any inclination towards paranormal, do you? It'd be funny to have a Ouija board as like a keychain on your backpack. Oh yeah, I forgot. The board doesn't have power, only you do. They're harmless unless you have the ability and know how to use them. Not really. Like if you go through the motions, doesn't it still like put you in a position of like getting screwed over because now you've opened a doorway accidentally? We called it quits not long after, and then we're back on the road and headed for Aspen. We had Lake City and Carson in our rear view, but Jed's story stuck with me for the whole rest of the tour. It stuck with me so much that when we got back home, I rented a book from the Boston Library about mining disasters. Now, it made for obviously a terrifying read, and I learned that there's a gas called hydrogen sulfide, and it's something miners called stink damp, which is known to have a narcotic effect in certain doses. It is possible that the men at the mine's deepest point were suddenly exposed to high levels of this stink damp, at which point they lost their minds. and the rest of the massacre could possibly be explained by a kind of herd mentality or collective panic whereby confused and frightened men were gripped by a sort of primal kill or be killed mentality. But the thing I've never been able to figure out is why the guards, But the thing I've never been able to figure out is why the guards turned on each other too. Jed said it appeared as if the company guards, the ones who'd been off-duty and stationed in town, had begun attacking each other during the final stages of the massacre. And to me, that suggests something other than narcotic gases were to blame for what had happened. I've often wondered what the real cause was, but there also comes a point where I tell myself to stop thinking about it because the things my imagination starts to dream up can really start to frighten me. Wee start to freak me out. Yo, that's someone's YouTube channel, Stink Damp. Hey guys, welcome back to Stink Damp. We're exploring another mine shaft. Jada, thank you for the 4. Appreciate you. Gracias. De nada. Stink Damp is for sure a grinder username. Hey guys, welcome back to Stink Damp. I'm gonna do gay stuff. Who's up Ouijaing they board? Do you believe the Ouija boards are dangerous, Joel? Yeah, don't mess with them, bro. Because I mean, honestly, like, what's the point? Even if it wasn't real, what would even be exciting about using it? It would either be really boring, or like your life is, you have something that's like fucking with you forever now. And I don't even know how you get rid of it. You have to get a vacuum cleaner. Or you pray it away. When I was 28 years old, I was still living in Denver. A few friends and I went out for dinner. Dinner. When I was 28 years old, I was still living in Denver, and a few friends and I went out for dinner and drinks. It was fun at first, but as the sun went down and the alcohol started to flow, I realized that I just wasn't feeling it. I had really gotten into yoga, running, and eating healthy that summer, so even though staying out late and partying was still fun, I just didn't have the energy for it anymore. I stayed for one last drink before saying goodbye to my friends and then walked outside to catch a cab. And then as I was waiting, I heard a man's voice off to the right of me asking, "Are you waiting for a cab too?" And that is how I met Patrick. It turns out we're in very similar situations. He'd been out celebrating his brother's birthday, but had quit drinking a few years back. And so before everyone got too drunk and too annoying, he figured that he'd head home to save himself the headache. Now, I like the idea of a guy who didn't drink, so after establishing that we were both single and of similar ages, I began to drop some not-so-subtle hints that he should ask for my number. Now, we were having such a fun time flirting that we almost didn't notice when an empty cab had driven. Anyone have any cool plans the next few days? I mean, I guess just getting ready for Spanksgiving next week. A druven. When we were having such fun flirting that we almost didn't... Oh, you're having Friendsgiving? Nice. When's that? This weekend? We were having such fun flirting that we almost didn't notice when an empty cab drove right past us. And then when the next one came around, Patrick insisted that I be the one to take it. Now, he was a gentleman, and he was handsome, and he was charming. So when he texted me about grabbing some coffee sometime, you can bet that I texted back. And we dated for 2 years and fell deeply in love with one another. He was the ideal partner, except for one tiny peccadillo. What the hell's a peccadillo? Peccadildo? One tiny dildo. The world's smallest dildo. The peccadillo. A minor fault, a small sin, a slight offense. A small, relatively unimportant offense or sin. Thanksgiving in politics. The trick is to show up drunk to Thanksgiving and immediately make everyone feel really uncomfortable with your opinions. We dated for 2 years and fell deeply in love with one another. He was the ideal partner, except for one tiny peccadillo. His past. Now, I know in literally any other circumstance a guy not being frank about his history is a huge red flag, but Patrick wasn't entirely opaque. He talked about high school, he talked about climbing the career ladder in his 20s, and he was willing to be frank about past relationships too. The other thing he wasn't so open about was college. He said his first 2 years were basically non-stop partying, and it got so bad that he had to repeat a few courses during his sophomore year. He talked about falling in with a pretty bad crowd and how he had to cut himself off from them just to get his degree. And I could tell that he was embarrassed, maybe even a little ashamed, so I didn't push him on it. I just liked that he'd changed. And then one day, Patrick asked me to go hiking with him. Now, I was surprised because Patrick was just about the least outdoorsy type of guy you could imagine. He worked out, but he loved the indoor gym that he was a member of, and he was way more interested in gadgets and gizmos than the natural world. So when he asked me if I wanted to go hiking of all things, I was actually kind of stunned, but I was super excited. You see, maybe 6 months prior, we'd been talking about the prospect of getting married and even having children. Not so much with each other, it was just sort of a in general thing. Patrick asked what my ideal proposal location would be, and he gave me examples like the bridge in Central Park or the top of the Eiffel Tower. But after considering it, I decided that I'd much rather be proposed to in place of Lynn White, welcome to the Buttersuck Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you, Lynn. Welcome, welcome. Let's read Drop More Videos. Every Monday and Thursday, my friend. So we're recording one right now, actually. Just for you. We'll release it, say tomorrow? Does that sound good? Pick you up at 9. What's up, Sack? How we doing? Sock. How do you say that? S-A-A-K? Sock. It's so odd how the Pats went cold for 5 to 6 years that felt like forever. But with Tom Brady, it just felt like winning was forever for you fans. Yeah, man, the Patriots were a dynasty. Yeah, it was insane, and to the point where it was like annoying. Now I kind of look back and yeah, you kind of have to pay respect to Tom Brady because he was quite literally the GOAT. I think. KQK, what's up, dude? Oh, it's your initials. Okay, sweet. Are you happy with the Chiefs might miss the playoffs? I am happy with that, honestly, but at the same time, it doesn't really alleviate my fears that the entirety of the NFL is rigged. You know what I mean? There's just something about the fact that everyone's kind of like equally shitty this year and that the quality of football is just like overall gone down. That in some weird way, this NFL season has been like my least favorite Like, I just can't even, I don't even want to look at I don't want to watch any games. I don't have any interest. It's almost like I feel like my trust has been broken. What do I think about Scadaboo? I mean, I love Scadaboo. I thought he was awesome. Sucks he got hurt and all that kind of stuff, but I mean, but granted, the way he got tackled, from what I think, he like got tackled in this illegal tackle that like broke his ankle and shit. It's kind of hilarious that he was like live streaming, like he does live streaming, like but that's smart too. I mean, might as well start it up and maybe make some money from the notoriety. Start a podcast, all that shit. Who hurt me? What did I even say, bro? You're always asking some weird ass questions. The Dolphins couldn't buy a dang touchdown. Yeah, the Dolphins are struggling. They were decent there for a bit. I don't know what happened. But yeah, I don't know. Like the Patriots, some people think the Patriots are like super back right now, and I guess that's kind of true. They're doing all right, but I mean, like what are the teams they're facing? The Dolphins, the fucking Jets, right? It's like the Bills are good, but are they that good? I don't know. The last World Series was one of the best ever. That definitely felt like the most in my face that baseball, because I'm not a baseball fan. I like it overall, conceptually, but like I just never watched baseball. But this season, in a weird way, felt like it was the only time that I had heard about it, and I guess it was nice to see. Jackson Dart is going off. Oh, playing right now. Shit. But after considering it, I decided I'd much rather be proposed to in a place of natural beauty rather than artificial. And I remember he nodded like, okay, unconventional, I like it. But I never thought in a million years he'd actually keep it in mind. So that Sunday morning when he asked if I wanted to go hiking up near Golden Gate Park that following weekend, it dawned on me how Patrick might actually be planning on proposing. And I started freaking out in text messages to friends saying that I didn't know if I was ready. Now, I mean, I wanted to marry him. I just didn't know what kind of wife I was going to be, or if our relationship would survive the transition from casual to serious commitment. My friends said that I was just overthinking things, and that I should just trust that initial gut feeling of excitement. It was true that realizing a proposal was on the cards had made me so very happy. So rather than continue to ruminate, I just simply waited for the date of the hiking trip. And when it came, I just knew that I was going to say yes. Now, the first 2 hours or so was just a dream. My usually outdoorsy, averse boyfriend had put a ton of effort into making sure that he had all the right equipment, and being his typical self, he brought a bunch of cool gadgets along too. Stuff like straws with built-in water filters and solar-powered phone chargers just in case we got it low on battery. And the scenery was beautiful. The weather in the Rockies was great, and as Patrick guided us along the trails towards our mystery destination, I got more and more excited. And before long, he took us up the trail that wound up this very steep slope, and when we got to the top, we found ourselves at a sort of steep earthen cliff that overlooked the forest below. It was an incredible view, and knowing what was coming, I started to get a little emotional. Now Patrick looked at me, smiling as I wiped away the tears, and said, "You know what I'm going to ask you, right?" And I just laughed and said yes, expecting him to drop to one knee and produce a ring at any moment. But he didn't. Instead, Patrick started explaining how he had brought me all the way out there to propose. There was just something he needed to tell me first. Now right away I got nervous, and Patrick could sense it. I thought that he'd try and reassure me that it wasn't anything too serious, but he didn't. He just stayed quiet until I'm saying something like, "Well, what is it?" He asked me if I loved him and if I trusted him. But when I answered yes, he didn't seem any more sure of himself. He asked if I could keep a secret, and if I keep the most important secret. SPNS 166, thank you and welcome to the Buttersock Cult. Am I MAGA? No, I'm not MAGA. I mean, I would like the United States to be a nice and prosperous place and all that kind of stuff. I just think that, I think the divisionary aspect of politics is just kind of a show. And I think both sides, you won't find a solution external from like further and further swinging of the pendulum, the utilization of the demonization of the other side to justify like further government overreach. And because we're so caught up in the identities of being part of those left versus right concepts, we're going to be more and more comfortable with basically that government overreach, and we'll feel justified as it happens, right? We'll be like, oh, you know, it's a response to this, and then they do another thing, and they're like, well, it's a response to this, you know what I mean? Do you remember when the Cubs won the championship, Joel? Yeah, I think that was that 2008? Or was that 2009? That was, or unless that was more recent, I don't know. Messi versus Ronaldo, who do you think is the GOAT? I remember my buddy's daughter, this was like 2 years ago, she would ask that question over and over. I felt like she was a Ronaldo fan. And if you said Messi, even though she didn't even watch like football or anything, but it was just like something you would see on YouTube. Hey Albert, what's up, broski? How we doing? What's the good news? Left on red. Had to switch accounts since some loser wants to mute me. Anyways, howdy towdy, old Miss Rebels. What happened? Why'd you get muted? That was the night we had to schmooze with our big wig Taiwan sheet metal supplier for a fancy dinner. It was the week of SEMA? Week of Seaman? Appreciate the hard work. Thanks, friend. Do you trust me? I have gonorrhea. That's probably what he's gonna say. I have diarrhea. The sexually transmitted disease of diarrhea. He asked if I could keep a secret, if I could keep the most important secret of his whole life, and again, I said yes. But I was wrong. Patrick began telling me how, during his second year of college, he and his frat buddies went to an off-campus party, some kind. The government wants us to hate each other, just my opinion. I mean, yeah, because, and it's always like sort of meaningless hate, you know? And then the most annoying thing is like saying that you're fighting hate with hate. Like, that doesn't make any sense. Literally, logically, is a logical fallacy that makes no sense. How are you gonna say that you love people unconditionally, but then like essentially demonize another person before actually getting to know them based on the color of a hat they're wearing, and then basically hate them? You know, it's just shit like that. You know, likewise, it's the same way as just judging someone based on their ethnicity or skin color or whatever. Like, you're not accomplishing anything or demonstrating yourself as having like a degree of high IQ if you're just going to completely put people into boxes or whatever. Hate is underrated. Now I know why they want to hate me. Minnow, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Gym exercise tips for me. I'm a resident and I am thinking to dedicate some time to my own health. A resident? What's a resident? Like in an old person home? Gym exercise tips. I mean, I would just get into the push-pull split. Like, look up the Arnold push-pull split and just do that. And then try to get enough protein if you're trying to build muscle, like find your lean body mass and do that much protein plus some. Or it just depends on what your goals are, I guess. Oh, resident doctor. Okay, it is. Dude, doctors are crazy because, like, you have so much time you spend in the hospital. It's so hard to find fitness stuff. So, but the doctors some of the doctors I worked with, they were obsessive with, like, keeping up looks, keeping up, you know, just being like tippity top tier physicality. It's, I don't know. Some of them are crazy, but I understand why you don't always have time. When to get some, you know, you want to get some sleep. It's my favorite video game. I just like side scrollers and shit, you know what I mean? Like puzzle platformers are like some of my favorite fucking games. Overwatch. Yeah. It's so weird though, because like after playing Arc Raiders, I look back on Overwatch and I was like, I wasted so much time in Overwatch. But I remember thinking, like, I'm like, at least I feel like I have a fighting chance in Overwatch. At least it felt like there was a reason I was doing it over and over and over again. And it felt like there was like structure to it. The lack of structure in Arc kind of like makes me have so much fucking fury. Not gonna listen to it at the old folks home as a resident. Would be fun, like a book club, but a podcast that actually wouldn't be too fun. Ball Pit looks so boring, to be honest. I thought Ball Pit was really boring, or not necessarily boring, but I wasn't sure what to expect. But I made it about an hour or two into Ball Pit, and it was really fun. Like once you start getting power-ups that like they start evolving together and like making you really strong, and you start like just like tearing apart shit. It's like, it's pretty sweet. I can't stand extraction shooters. I honestly never would have played any of them because I didn't even like battle royales at all. So I was like, why the fuck would I want to play something that's like that but even harder and worse? Arc Raiders is, I think, fun for about 40 hours. You put like one work week into that game, and then beyond that you kind of get a good vibe of what it's going to be like over and over again. And I don't know, I think the one frustrating thing about the game is realizing if I want to progress in this game, if I want to consistently go in with the like consistent shit, consistent good loot, not just a fucking shitty stage 1 rifle and a shitty fucking pistol every time, I have to go in by myself and go do like solo questing so I can get all the apricots and cat beds and little pieces of scrap metal and boogers off the fucking floor so I can upgrade my dumbass thing so I can literally just play the fucking game. It's so fucking cringe. Dude, you spend fucking 85% of Arc and these like extraction shooters sitting in like copious amounts of like menus and item organization and fucking like, it's just non-stop. It's non-stop stupid. You spend so much time in there all just so you can then not have enough resources to build a kit that's even remotely competitive, right? Meanwhile, everybody else has got like rocket launchers by this point, right? And then you finally get like 15 seconds of combat. You packed all these bandages and you packed all these shield rechargers. No, you're fucking dead. You got ganked by 2 sweats from halfway across the map that you didn't even know existed, and now you're gone. The whole point of the game was a grocery shopping simulator. Let me look in here. Oh, whoa, rusty needles. Oh, I'm gonna shove those in my ass. Oh, what's over here? Oh, a rotten apple. Yippee! And then like, well, guys, we better get out of here. We better go home and go. I got 5 of those, and this is not fucking World of Warcraft. It's a fucking shooter, bro. Like, what the fuck are we doing? Dude, it's a literal, like, boring-ass RPG walking simulator that looks nice. Initially, it's very cinematic. The draw distance is insane. like all sorts of cool stuff, but it's just like, I don't like the fact that that takes up 95% of the game and only 5% of it is the fucking shooting component. And then a lot of the times you just get absolutely fucked by robots out of nowhere that you just can't handle. You know, you just like, or, you know, attract attention of a third party and they take you out. I get it. That's real life, and it does feel good when you gank somebody else. But I hate the fact that that's what video games have come down to. It's either makes you either suffer to the most extreme degree, or you make someone else suffer to the most extreme degree. It's like if I wanted to experience that, I would join the fucking army in real life. Haven't played PUBG. I did back in the day, and I hated it. I thought it was stupid as shit. It was a new concept, this battle royale concept. You know, spend 4 minutes, 5 minutes, which in gaming time is like an eternity, to drop into a match, right? And then you go like parachute in, and then everybody's gonna land right there, and you gotta get your stuff, and you gotta get your kill, you know. And it's like if you get killed immediately, you go back to the lobby, and it's like slow and I don't know. And I hated it. Or if I would get like one good gun, I remember like sitting and like camping in a house thinking like, they'll never know I'm in here, you know? And then you just, I just actually looted a bunch just to get killed by people I didn't see. And but the weird thing is, dude, the craziest shit about extraction shooters is that there's such a stupid fucking concept that it actually makes me long for the day of like loot boxes in PUBG. Like, Jesus Christ, I pray that I open this up and get a weapon that's not the exact same fucking thing I've dropped in with because it costs the base amount of resources every fucking time. Like, if I wanted to fucking live paycheck to paycheck, I would just go fucking work in a movie theater or go be homeless or some shit. But that's how the game makes me feel. It's like I literally had to ask, I didn't have any money in my game. I didn't have any resources. I had to have a friend. I had to have a friend in real life and to bring shield rechargers. I didn't have anything. Do you know how fucking lame it makes you feel when you're trying to have like an escapism experience, and all it really ends up making you feel like is you do live in some fucking like desolate dystopian future? I don't know. Why don't what they should do is they should not even make any more video games, kidnap us, drop us out of airplanes into North Korea, and just tell us to figure it out. That would actually, I think that would be more fun. I don't like how long video games are now. I wish games could be the length of PS2 games. Nowadays, video games are 20 to 40 plus hours. Yeah, it's kind of insane. Play Ninja Gaiden, it's a good game. Yeah, I don't know, like, I'm kind of like more about, I mean, I get it. This was like a novel, fun experience, but I just cannot, like, my friends all play it. I'll go play with them, whatever the fuck, just so I fit in and everybody thinks I'm a human being. But like, dude, I don't actively want to go out of my way to play Arc Raiders. There's nothing in that game, even at its like peak. Dude, even at its fucking peak, when you tune in to a stream with like, you know, Burnt Penis, whatever his name is, Shroud, all those guys, like you watch them play, and all they're fucking doing is shooting like the most boring fucking giant enemy crabs. They're shooting giant enemy crabs, and there's varying sizes of these giant enemy crabs as the fucking things that you shoot, just like robots. I honestly think the fact that they implemented PvP into Arc Raiders, even though it pisses a lot of people off because they really wanted it to be PvE, I guess, but the only extraction shooter that's PvE, is because it's so fucking bare bones boring, absolutely fucking bare bones boring, that they had to introduce the element of humans screwing each other over because the game had nothing else to offer you. It has nothing else to offer you. I don't even have like the joy that you would have in Call of Duty of like, oh, I can't wait to grind this enough that I unlock like the Tiger shotgun skin or some shit. Now it's just like, well, if you get it, you might lose it. You might lose it. It might be gone forever. JY4F8I. Welcome to the Buttersock cult. Thank you, Jay. You now have access to bonus content. And Okuyasa Nijimura with the 2 says, your mother has giant enemy crabs. Got him. Thank you. No, it's fun. I mean, there's funny moments, you know, like the proximity chat stuff, like all that. But there's so many things in that game that genuinely make me so filled with rage that I just can't, like, the reward. There is not enough reward to outweigh the amount of pain that Arc Raiders makes me feel. All that being said, I will be playing it tomorrow, so tune in. You need to check out Proximate Without Dawn. I feel you'll love it. Have you also played Soma? I did play some of Soma, but then I ended up just watching like videos talk about the lore, and I really, really like the lore of Soma. It's like such a good... at the time, it was a very, very unique and original science fiction story, I felt like, that I had not heard before. Patrick began telling me how, during his second year of college, he and his frat buddies went to an off-campus party, some kind of warehouse rave type of deal. And he said this was when he and his friends were on their very worst behavior, drinking like fish and fighting like sailors, and generally causing trouble for anyone and everyone. And then at this party, he starts flirting with this girl and they head off someplace to make out. Patrick said that they made out for a while, and then the girl says something like, "Come back inside and dance with me." But after he returned from what passed for a bar, the girl was gone. Now he went looking all over for her, but couldn't find her anywhere. And then when he spots her, maybe a half hour later, she's completely obliterated. Patrick said that he didn't know it was liquor. It was something else, like roofies, but the girl seemed on the verge of passing out. He tried to get her back to the frat house, but when she was just about conscious enough to object, Patrick didn't want to go home empty-handed, shall we say. He did look and sound like he was ashamed of himself as he said it, but Patrick admitted to taking this semi-conscious girl to some dark corner of the warehouse compound and doing stuff to her. And I guess the look of disgust on my face was plain to see, because he frantically added that this was the single biggest regret of his entire life, and he explained how he wasn't that guy anymore, how it made him afraid to have daughters, knowing certain kinds of men harbor some predatory instincts. And he said it was a long time ago, that he'd lived with the regret ever since, and I thought that was it. And it was only after a minute or two of just sort of processing it that I asked if he'd ever tried to find the girl and make amends for what he'd done. And that's when I realized that this story wasn't over. Patrick said when he was done, he left the girl lying there where she was. She was passed out completely by then, but all he gave a crap about was going back inside to get a drink because he was thirsty. Now he too was highly intoxicated at this point, but he didn't use that as an excuse for his behavior. He knew how selfish it was for him to just leave her there. She could have been overdosing, or she could have choked on her own puke, but Patrick said it was a full hour before it occurred to him to go back and check on her. He said he asked his friends not to leave till he got back, and then he went out and expected to find the girl sleeping, as he put it. And yet when he got... Ikari-sama, the 13th, welcome to the Buttersuck Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you. Jensen with the 65 months. Have a good night, everyone. About to hit the sack and then go to bed. Gonna hit the sack, then head to bed. Thank you, Jensen. Good to see you, buddy. What are you doing? Do you play any more Fart Raiders? You're going to play Arc Raiders on stream tomorrow? No, I was just kidding. No, I don't think I would play those kinds of games on stream, honestly. I'd be too filled with rage. It wouldn't be a good look, honestly. He said he asked his friends not to leave till he got back, and then he went out expecting to find the girl sleeping, as he put it. And yet when he got there, he found that not only was the girl awake and was somewhat more sober than before, but she remembered what he'd done to her before she passed out anyway, and she was obviously livid. She told Patrick that she was going to go to the cops because she wasn't about to let some piece of crap frat boy get away with treating her like that. I felt proud of her, and I didn't even know her, but then Patrick said something that made my blood run cold when he described how he snapped. He said he pictured his whole life unraveling and how life after prison wouldn't be worth living. He had the world at his feet, but that girl was about to yank the carpet out from under him, and he couldn't let that happen. When Patrick finally uttered the words to me, "I didn't mean to kill her," I felt my entire world crumbling around me. And it was like this out-of-body experience, watching myself from afar while my heart broke in my chest, not just for me either and the life I thought I was going to have. I was heartbroken for that poor girl, and just trying to do the right thing resulted in Patrick accidentally crushing her larynx. He said he just wanted to scare her at first, and then he just wanted to make the problem go away. But all that fear had him squeezing just a little too hard, and Patrick didn't realize just how much damage he was doing until he felt the girl's throat just sort of give away in his hands. What are you guys talking about? But all that fear had him squeezing just a little too hard, and Patrick didn't realize just how much he was doing, just how much damage. Hey, Eternal, take care, friend. Good to see you. But all that fear had him squeezing just a little too hard, and Patrick realized just how much damage. God damn it, I keep missing one word. Felt the girl's throat just sort of give. Why would he take his fiancée in the middle of nowhere to tell this story? I don't know, bro. Unless he I don't know. And then propose to her. How you gonna she would have to be fucking insane to say yes to this. Harley Quinn-esque. Have you read a story that legit left you in shock? Yeah, I mean, there's some of the true crime ones are pretty fucked up. Pretty fucking fucked the fuck up. But all that fear had him squeezing just a little too hard, and Patrick didn't realize just how much damage he was doing until he felt the girl's throat just sort of give way in his hands. He said her eyes went all wide as she tried to get air into her lungs, but she couldn't. And then maybe a minute or two later, she was dead. Patrick said he could have ran for help, but he didn't because he was scared. And instead of getting help, and once he was sure that the girl was dead, Patrick went back inside the warehouse party and asked his closest friend in the frat for one hell of a favor. It was one he granted, and then over the next couple of hours they managed to hide the girl's body someplace no one would ever find it. Patrick never said exactly where, but he kind of hinted that it was in some kind of state park or forest, at which point it suddenly meant... I've loved hearing you on the No Sleep podcast more and more. These just want to say hi. Hey, thank you. Yeah, good to see you, Medicine. Thanks for... There should be a fun one that we're doing. I think it's going to be in December. It's going to be a story that Sam Riding writes that's going to go on there. So Haven't recorded it yet, but that should be about the time frame in which we record it and then get it up around the holiday season, so can definitely look forward to that on No Sleep. No Sleep's so good, though. Their production quality is just always amazing. January. Okay, perfect. Who's Sam? He does a lot of the bonus content and the true crime on the channel. Or if you go over to my true crime channel, Saturn Soul, that's like all of Sam's writing. Sam writing, he does that. Patrick never said exactly where, but he kinda hinted it was some kind of state park or forest, at which point it suddenly made sense why he hated the idea of hiking. He told me he was sorry, deeply and truly sorry, and that he'd do anything to take back his mistake. But it was also a mistake committed by his old self, his younger self, and he didn't think that it was one his new self had to pay for. Patrick then asked me if I thought that it was reasonable. Patrick then asked me if I thought that was a reasonable thing to say, and I suddenly realized just how vulnerable I really was. If I said no and that I thought he was murdering Sat Soul, Shart Soul, Shartern Soul. If I said no and that I thought that he was a murdering piece of crap and I didn't want to marry him, what was to stop him from silencing me too? Now he could just shove me down that steep slope and then bash my head into the bottom to finish me off. God damn it, I just keep not seeing the letters on the fucking screen. Going Super Saiyan. Bigger font. I don't even know what it is. You know what I need to do? I need to squeak it. I need to squoze it. I need to squooze this together. Here we go. He could just shove me down the steep slope and then bash my head in at the bottom to finish me off, and no one might ever find me. I'd end up just like that girl, on some missing poster with my family wondering. My family. Okay. I'd end up just like that girl, on a missing poster with my family wondering what the hell had happened to me, but deep down, knowing that I was gone. I knew that I couldn't reject him. I knew that I had to at least... Jesus, fuck. I don't know why. It just doesn't fucking flow in my brain right now. I knew I couldn't reject him. I knew I had to at least act like I understood. And so I underwent one of the most painfully surreal experiences of my entire life, and I pretended to be the fiancé of a murderer, someone who violates people. And I told him I agreed, that the new him shouldn't have to pay for his old crimes. I told him, Astral Creep, welcome to the Buttersaw Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you, friend. Good to see you. Do the chills. I'm chilling forever. How long have I been streaming? It's been going about 2 hours. Bring back the Nosferatu voice. Nosferatu. Roll. Okay. I told him. I told him I wasn't about to let one shot at happiness slip through my fingers because some skank decided to run her mouth. I'm ashamed to say that I said that, but it's true. I'd have said just about anything to get out of that forest alive, because I figured what I planned on really doing would justify it. I leaned into the morbid curiosity that I felt and asked if he was scared that the girl's body would end up being found, and more importantly, what was going to happen to us if he ended up getting caught. Colorado had the death penalty at the time, so, as Patrick said, if he got caught, it was over for us. And then we talked about the prospect of dating again after one of us passes away. Like I said, it was surreal in the extreme, but, and this is probably going to sound insane, I felt safe with him. I thought I had him. I thought I tricked him. And then after our hike was done and we walked back to his car, I felt this rush of almost victory knowing that I'd survived. And all I had to do to ensure my continual survival was to sort of keep the act up till I could get home and call the cops. But before I could do that, all the pretending I'd done resulted in a state of almost complete nervous collapse. After getting home, I think I cried for a straight hour, and then I called my mom and cried for another hour on top of that. It was probably the worst day of my life, hands down, in terms of catastrophic mental trauma, but then once I was done crying, I'd pulled myself together and hung up on Mom and then called 911. I packed an overnight bag as I waited for them to arrive because I planned on staying with my mom for the foreseeable future after Patrick got arrested. Now, I was scared that they'd maybe let him go for some reason, be it lack of evidence or him getting bail or whatever, but it turned out that I didn't have to worry about anything like that because when the cops showed up at his place looking to talk with him, he was nowhere to be found. I talked to the Denver PD a lot in the weeks that followed, but I also ended up getting a call from 2 detectives in Arizona where Patrick went to college. They were very interested in his story because the location of the murder, along with the timing of the girl's disposal, made it easier to figure out where to look. I then also got a call from an FBI agent who asked if Patrick ever went by another name or if he ever mentioned owning a fake passport. I said no to both questions, and the agent never came out and said it, but it was kind of obvious that they thought Patrick had fled the country somehow. They just didn't know how or where he'd gone. And then the agent asked if there was anywhere in the world that I thought he might have gone, somewhere special that he might have mentioned wanting to visit. And I told them about Patrick mentioning Paris and Rome one time, but aside from that, he'd never seemed all that interested in traveling. And to this day, he's never been found. But I still hold out. Erica Luttrell, welcome to the Buttersock Call. You now have access to bonus content. And to this day, he's never been found. But I still hold out hope that he'll show up someplace one day and that he'll finally have to pay for what he did to that poor girl. And that's almost my ideal scenario. I open the newspaper one day and there's Patrick's face under the headline saying something like "fugitive apprehended overseas." But my nightmare scenario goes a little something like this. One day, and maybe even someday soon, I'm sitting home alone and there's a knock at my door. I go to open it, so comfortable and confident that I don't bother checking the peephole. And then when I open it, there he is. There's Patrick. And he's come. And he's come to shut me up for good. All right. Well, that guy's on the loose, I guess. And now, story number 3 of 4. Hey. Have I really been streaming for 11 years? 11 years? Not streaming, but I feel like I've been streaming for a long-ass time on YouTube. Like, when did YouTube start streaming? Wait. When did YouTube allow live streaming? What? Why the fuck does, like, Google suck so much ass at giving information? It's like saying 2005, and it's obviously not the case. When did YouTube start streaming? Well, no, I think it only introduced like live. What? YouTube first introduced live streaming capabilities in April 2011 when it announced the initial rollout of YouTube Live? Really? What the fuck? However, it wasn't until December 2013 that YouTube opened live streaming to nearly all users globally? What? Guys, is this true? I swear to God that like live streaming on YouTube wasn't like legit until, if you mean YouTube started live TV style streaming like channel feeds that service YouTube TV. What the fuck? I don't know, man. Yeah, I waited till Justin left and started going nuts. I don't know, for some reason I feel like the live streaming didn't start until like 2017 or something like that. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? What's today's poll? I don't know. What do you guys want to poll about? Yeah, like there had to, like in its current form, which really hasn't changed too much for me. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it was like 2017 or 2018. Man, I'm so tired. Oh fuck, I forgot actually how to say whatever this place was. Yeah. 2017, 18, I remember you started lives. Yeah, it's crazy. It's almost fucking 7, 8 years or something like that. I would recommend a poll if you've fallen asleep to Joel. A lot of people say they have. Alright, let's check that. That's actually a good question. Do you fall asleep to these stories? Question mark. Yes. Yes. No. The poll has begun. Today's vibe was weird as fuck. I literally threw all day just going with whatever, all good vibes, but random as fuck. Yeah, I don't know why. Yeah, today feels like, right now feels very disconnected from earlier in my day. I don't quite know exactly why. Like something happened where it's like my jaw shifted. Okay, Moraine. Yeah, that makes sense. One morning, way back in October of 2007, a retired day hiker was trekking up the North Lateral Moraine Trail. Okay, if this is true crime... Wait. Who are they talking about? Sorry, dude, Moraine, okay, sorry. The last week or so has just been weird. Something in the air, I swear. Yeah, I don't know. Do you think it's like cosmic magic? Like, weird reptilian matrix, fucking Jesuit, black dark arts, voodoo bullshit. I mean, we're still in Mercury retrograde. Can I answer Justin's question? Would you rather date someone who, what? Your family loves and your friends despise, or would your friends love and your family despises? Probably friends and family despises. I don't really know what that would even look like, though, objectively. Like, why would the one dislike the other versus blah, blah, blah. I don't know anymore. I think I'm just going to be single till I'm dead. Honestly. And I feel like because I've never been, like, divorced or anything, I think I may have just been one of those people that at the age of 35 have just kind of, like, missed the statistical divorce, you know what I mean? And yeah, I think maybe that's just for the best. Are you a fan of Doctor Who? If so, which Doctor is favorite? You know, I never actually even watched a single episode of Doctor Who. I like hear about it all the time, but I don't know. Just never even thought about it. Weird vibe from the solar flare, and of course, alien Jesus is en route. That's a good point. You're a great guy that any girl would be lucky to have. That's true. I think they would honestly be lucky to have me. I'm pretty cool, but at the same time, like, I don't know, whatever the flirp ever. It's so, dude, you know what the weirdest thing to me, though, just sort of tangentially observing other people's, like, long-term, or just relationships in general, just everywhere, you know, why are they complicated? Like, why are people dramatic? Like, where does the drama like, honest question, where does people's drama come from? Where does their, like, lack of security in just their current existence come from, that some, like, unrealistic expectation from their partner has to be manifested upon them, you know what I mean? I just it's weird to me. I'm just like, I look at humans, right? You look at their you look at guys' friends groups, they're like, ha ha ha, bro, that's funny, hee hee hee, They never argue. They never really say, I mean, once in a while, you know, maybe they get into a fight, but that, if I see dudes get into a fight and I'm like, clearly, they can identify the issue and be like, that guy needs to fuck off forever. Girls are having a great time, hee hee hee, hoo hoo hoo, yeah, ha ha, you know, seemingly, I'm not like a towel, or maybe I'm like a fly, or maybe I'm like a little pen. I'm like a rose toy sitting on one of their drawers, just watching them all laugh and giggle. And anyways, the point is I just, you know, then you get them together and it's like everybody's like pissed after a while, or everybody's like annoyed or frustrated, or just ready to stir up trouble. I mean, the fact that, like, dude, the fact that I have, like, videos pop up in a recommended on YouTube where it's like, how to tell that you're with a sleeper agent narcissist. The narcissist always does this, where they want the person to fulfill their needs, but then shower them with sexual love and adoration, only to turn their claws against them one day. I'm like, why is that even a thing? Turn your claws against somebody one day. Like, where's the just peaceful? Where's the peace? Where's just the baseline peaceful interaction where both individuals know they're trying to accomplish a task of getting along and having fun and making a baby, I guess, or some shit? I don't fucking know. You're contemplating divorce or keep being a roommate. I mean, that's sad, dude. That's honestly makes me really sad to hear that. Like, to even have to sit there, like, contemplating it. Because, I mean, that's, like, life, okay. You tried the thing, and now someone's life is over. Like, that's just, I don't know, it fucking sucks. But you're generalizing. I don't know anyone who routinely fights with their long-term partners or hates them. Yeah, maybe you have some, like, nice fucking thing. I'm just saying in general, like, I do see people who have great relationships. But I see so many people whose relationships are just, like, on the brink of what the fuck's going on with that, you know what I mean? And, I don't know why that is. You think everyone would just get along perfectly all the time, the way that, like, friend groups do. It's not, I mean, maybe they have a disagreement just being around each other a lot, but to me, when I have disagreements with my friends, it lasts for like 5 seconds, and then we're just like good to go. But external from that, it's like sometimes, I don't know, there's always just like an underlying sense of disrepair in certain people's minds in their normal conventional relationship. It's just strange. Why? Why the one thing we try so hard to make our most important person in our life, why is that this teetering line of walking on a tightrope where if you fall to your death? Like, that's so fucking weird. Do me and my friends live together? No, I don't live. I live by myself, but I live very close to, I have a lot of friends in the area and shit. Your buddy's in the same situation, married to a horrible monster. That just sucks. Like, what, that married to a horrible monster? Like, that's just what an unfortunate, that's like, you married it. You're like, oh God, what if, like, hey guys, I met this horrible fucking disgusting Frankenstein beast. What do you think? Oh, you should live with her forever, dude. You should live with that person till you're dead or she kills you. Doesn't that sound cool? I imagine it feels impossible when your anecdotal evidence tells you otherwise, but I know so many happy, healthy couples who are just straight up best friends. Oh, that's good. Well, I guess if it's anecdotal and anecdotal, then yeah, I'm just generally saying, and why isn't everybody best friends? Why isn't every time people get together as significant others, why aren't they all best friends? Is it because they didn't give each other enough time to like actually become best friends? Is it the fact that like there's something built into our evolutionary standards where the sexual tension within us needs to be reached instantaneously, and if we don't, it's like people lose interest or something? You know what I mean? Like, I don't even know. Joel, would you settle or do you want the perfect girl? I mean, I generally don't think I would ever like settle at this point in my life. Like, I know who I am. I know my value as a person. I know that we wouldn't struggle, I don't know. I was with someone for 6 years. She cheated. I thought that I wouldn't be able to ever find someone again. I still haven't, but I found happiness in my hobbies. If I find someone, I find someone. Exactly. Like, I have I have some friends who are so obsessed with their chase of women all the fucking time. So obsessed with it. It's like where they find a sense of identity all the fucking time. And it's like, bro, do you have any hobbies? Do you have any fucking like fun little creative bullshit that you can put your heart and soul into? Like, nobody's gonna remember. Not a single fucking person, not even yourself, is ever gonna remember how many people you stuck your dick in. You know what I mean? Like, it's like literally people telling me stories about their hookups and all this stupid shit, and they feel like I got drunk and I fucking curled up into a fucking little ball, and then my cock went fucking everywhere like a hose. It's just like, that's the stupidest fucking story I've ever heard in my fucking life, and I hate that you told it to me. I hate that. I hate hearing about your hookups. I hate hearing about you getting drunk. I fucking hate everything you do. I hate you more than the thing from that robot from I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. I understand where that robot comes from, having to listen to your fucking goo coming out of your body stories. Like, how fucking unexciting is that? Are they chasing a relationship or chasing the tail? They're in this situation, they're chasing the tail. But I don't know, man. The girl is the hobby. I mean, yeah, I guess that's most likely the case for him. Moved in with my girlfriend after a little over a year of dating. We were living together for a few months and it's going great. I think you really gotta just be best friends. Hell yeah, dude. That's awesome. Everyone just be best fucking friends. Be besties. Let me tell you how much I've come to hate since I began to live. No, yeah, it's just, I don't know. I really do wish, I wish hookup culture wasn't a fucking thing. I think it's completely eroded any sort of pair bonding process that would, naturally exist between two, young, spry individuals. I mean, I get it. People come and go through the relationships, and it's hard to maintain that kind of stuff in general, but I don't know. The amount of people that you fuck, like, sure, yes, in the male groups it does sort of like generate this certain sense of validation. But it's a validation that's just like so short-lived. You know what I mean? It's like saying you went into your garden and picked a fucking tomato and ate it or some shit. Why am I still friends with that guy? Well, I mean, I'm friends with them for other reasons besides just their hookup stories, but there is a certain part of me where I'm just like, bro, where's Giorgio Mongiorgio? He is like the greatest electric synth person of all time. Like, don't you want to be remembered for literally anything other than the fact that you came and got an STD? Like, is there nothing in this world that you want to be known for when you're dead? Or even when you're alive that's like more interesting, yeah, than getting some play? Like what, and like the fucking terminology, like I crack this, I crack that. How about you crack open a fucking book? How about you crack open a book and learn how to draw Kirby anime style? How about you crack open the Bible and learn how to control your fucking inner beast? How about you smoke some crack? Exactly. That would, honestly, someone being high on crack and just knowing that from that point their like redemption arc is coming after they get out of drugs is like way more interesting to me than the person who's just like addicted to sex all the time. Do I get annoyed with my ex-girlfriends? You mean like after the fact or during the fact? I mean, yeah, I guess you get annoyed with everyone a little bit if they're being annoying. I don't think the sexual revolution destroyed a healthy society at all. I think pretending sex is some shameful, secretive, deviant thing caused way more problems than embracing it. I don't know if I agree with that per se. Like, I agree where you're coming from to an extent, but I think you kind of miss what I said, where it's like people going out and like hooking up with people. It's like you just can't, like, so many people. I think people should pair bond. I think people should genuinely be monogamous. I think it's hard to be that, but I don't know. I think there's just so much more honor in the process of like sticking with one person and maintaining them for as long as you can, so you have like a strong foundational place for one, yourself, but also like your children. And you know, that's probably not always going to pan out, obviously, right? But who knows? Maybe that's the paradox of existence, is like we want it all and we want it all now, you know, and it's just everyone's just gonna have some random bullshit, I guess. I don't know. IDK. Somehow I've known a lot of sex addict dudes during my life. Not my cup of tea, but I have to have a 75 plus body count. Yeah, because, like, dude, I don't even know. I remember, back in, like, college and shit, like, my one buddy, I think it might have been, like, a little after college, but I asked him how many people he's been with, and he said it was, like, 200, he said it must have been at least 200 to 300 or something, because he just, it was, like, he could just exist, and girls would grab him and start making out with him. It was just, like, that type of, like, model, and I don't know, I see it now. It's like now he's with like his long-term girlfriend, cheated on her twice, right? And she's still with him, which whatever, I don't, that's their thing. But at the same time, I see him and he's just like not necessarily like happy with that sort of situation. It's like, I wonder if sometimes you kind of like, it's almost like the Drake scenario, where like sometimes maybe too much pussy is a bad thing. You turn into the fucking emperor of Rome, and now you got to go to like orgies to have a good time. Drench yourself in like blood. Got any more Skinwalker stories on the way? Perhaps I'll have to look into it. I did just post bonus content for paranormal stories, which I don't know if there was any Skinwalker specific, but definitely some pretty wild ones in there. I think the reason they're now your exes, did they get annoying? No, I don't know. I mean, we just, all sorts of various reasons breaking up. I remember breaking up with one ex was just like their families, like their family was a different religion and their family wouldn't let us be together, so that was cool. It's like, all right, sweet, what a great open-minded world we live in. But maybe it's for the better, I don't know, fucking knows. Love your vids, legit fell asleep to your voiceover stories. Thank you. What's up, Jesse? One morning, way back in October of 2007, a retired day hiker was trekking up the North Lateral Moraine I can't fucking remember how to say this stupid shit. Moraine. Alright. I dated a religious girl up to high school. That fucked me up big time. Yeah, what happened? Was it the religious stuff, or? One morning, way back in October of 2007, a retired day hiker was trekking up the North Lateral Moraine Trail when he came across a shallow karst caves. Karst? What the fuck is karst? Fuck, man. I don't even know, man. Dang old boom. Okay, moraine. And then, what the fuck, karst? No. What is karst? Is that even a thing? Hey, Waffles, good to see you, thank you. I'm just here doing my thing. I have up trying to date, but if I find someone, I find someone 4 years in the waiting for someone to pique my interest. Dude, it's whatever, man. Like, you know, at the end of the day, you just, I don't know, I think we put so much fucking value in the validation of the opposite sex or whoever you want to date or whatever, like, and, you know, it's just like, you have to be you at the end of the day. You have to be the best version of yourself for the sake of you, you know? So, like, sure, it might be nice to always have, like, someone you can, like, cuddle with and have sex with and hopefully be friends with and joke with or whatever. But, you know, you got to be as comfortable in your own skin as possible. So right now you're just you-maxing, right? And I think you should just continue to you-max you until you like yourself. Keep, like, doing things that you might not want to try, like, dieting or getting in shape or trying an art form or traveling or whatever the fuck, until eventually, like, I'm pretty fucking cool and I like that I tried my best, you know what I mean? And then not really, you know, eventually someone's gonna want to fuck you and then you might want to fuck them, and GG, baby, you're doing fine. My ex cheated, then got popular on an app and is now pretty nice 600k following. I won't say her name, but she made her niche basically. I'm about to leave me for a VTuber. I had to block her. Damn, I'm sorry, broski. Fuck. Well, yeah, I mean, it is what it is. But you know what? You're about to be the next big VTuber. She won't even know, bro. She won't even know. It fed on some paranoia and other unaddressed issues, drove me to acute psychosis. She ended up things eventually, and it was honestly the best thing that ever happened after I got good help. It's good, yeah. You know, sometimes breaking free of a relationship is like, I was just hearing about my one friend's, like he was trying to say about like how his girlfriend was trying to hook me up with one of their friends, and he was like, no, we're not fucking setting Joel up with her. And then he was telling me, he's like, dude, the last guy that like dated her, he used to work out all the time, blah, blah, blah. And then he lost like 60 pounds from being constantly depressed, never talked to any of us, but like was still with her. And then the second that he started, then they broke up. Like, he gained 30 pounds back, you know, healthy weight, was like hanging out with the friends, was smiling, was happy. And it's like, dude, sometimes other people and dating are literally like that temptation of like validation, that temptation of sex is specifically just like there to take you away from like being a better person, just a better entity that gets to exist in a state of peace. And I realize, I mean, like, protecting your peace is just so much more valuable than just having a fucking hand to hold. Yip fucking who gives a shit? Would you rather just you sitting there jerking off playing video games, or would you rather be like fucking pulling your hair out, trying to like make some other like, you know, perpetually unhappy person happy? It's never gonna happen. If I became a VTuber and got popular as anonymous guy, I'll shout you out. Forgive me the idea, but I don't really like VTubers. It's all good. You should do YouTube. I mean, YouTube's, dude, if he made it, you can make it. You know what I mean? Like, just do videos where it's you in front of the camera going like, today we're going to talk about the missing girl from West Kentucky who fucking, like, where's the fuck is she at? Oh, there she is. We found her. And boom, that was all you really had to do. How did I get into this stuff? My roommates did comedy videos, and I just wanted to do YouTube because PewDiePie made a fucking shit ton of money on YouTube, and I was like, what the fuck? I want to make shit ton of money. And I'm not as big as PewDiePie, but you know what I mean? It's better than normal life. So I agree with you, Joel. A lot of self-improvement and growth happens in solitude, but some is also unlocked through relationships and others, including partnership. No, I agree too. I definitely agree too. I think that's the thing. It's like such a strange concept where it's like, you would think most people, since like some of the most like highly satisfied, awesome like stories you hear are the people who are in like amazing relationships, right? But why is that so hard to achieve? Like, why whenever you go into it are some people just like so combative and unhappy and like crazy? Like, it's so strange to me. It's like, shouldn't we all just be like stoked? I mean, we like actively chose to want to like hold each other's hand, but for some reason it's just like two atoms like rotating around each other, and then all of a sudden they just shake so much and they lose stability and it explodes. And I was like, what the fuck? What was going on there? I guess they just, you know, didn't have the same atomic weight or some shit. I don't even know. I haven't had a desire for a relationship in a long ass time until recently. You gotta meet the right person, be in the right mindset for that, and you gotta find out after the 3-month honeymoon period. Yeah, you know, it is what it is. You know, tell me about your hobbies though, guys. Like, that's what I care about. Those are the things you can control, right? You can control the books you read, you can control the workouts you do, you can control the things you laugh at and write and compose and paint, and those are the interesting. I don't need, like, if anybody ever tells me about their fucking girlfriend ever again in my life, I will fucking block them instantaneously. I do not care unless you're happy. Like, if you're in a happy thing, that's amazing. I'm stoked about that for you. But anytime anybody's like, oh, I'm having drama with my girl, bro, and I'm just like, fucking break up with her then, man. It's go away. No, it's all good. She makes fun of my Gundam models and she's out the door. Exactly. Fuck her, bro. She's rude. Oh, my boyfriend has something that makes him happy. Let me hit him over the head with a ball peen hammer. Jesus. Would you love a girl with no outside hobbies? I mean, I don't understand. Are you like trapped in a cage? Like, what's going on? Samuel Rusden with the 5 New Zealand bucks. Been listening to your members only paranormal vid. What did you think of that monkey taxidermy thing? No idea why they kept it disgusting me. Dude, I don't know, man. It made like no fucking sense, but it was really funny when we were reading it. All that being said, I think that the monkey's out there running around with wet feet. You make ball moisturizer out of pine needles? Really? Interesting. All electricity will be gone soon. You need 3 years worth of food plus water, candles, 157 pounds of rice, only having 2 meals with water a week. 72 liters equals 500 milliliters a week. Sacrifice to the greatest form of love, Jesus' death. Yeah, do you think the power's going out? I don't know. It's kind of like the vibe I've been getting for a while. It's like, that's like the next thing to happen. Yeah, I don't know. That's definitely the vibe I get for sure, is the next big chaotic like thing post-COVID is going to be power goes out, and then, oh, it was Iran or whatever, Russia, whoever they want us to go to war with, and then no one has the ability to communicate, so it's like we don't have a choice in the war and blah, blah, blah. B Foxy, welcome to the Buttersalt Cult. You now have access to bonus content. All that being said, I have none of those items prepared, and I don't know, sometimes, honestly, let's just put ourselves in this situation for a second. Let's just put ourselves in a concept real quick. Think right now, we're on this live stream, right? Computer goes out. It's going to make this noise. It's going to go. It'll just go out with like a mute, dull yelp. And then the lights go out. And it's fucking cold. It's winter. And the lights are out, your power's out, your internet's gone, your phone, I don't know, your phone can't get charged, and it's not connected to the internet either. It just says like SOS mode or some shit. What do you do? Like, what would you guys do? Like, do you guys have like a bug out spot? Do you have like any plan? Because at that point, you're going to need some outdoor hobbies. The girl with no hobbies, we're going to have to eat her. We're going to have to eat her. We're literally going to have to eat her. She's going to be like veal. I'm just kidding. But I'd be screwed. You guys are going to have to eat me next. I mean, you can if you want. Samuel with the 5 says, anyone who ain't a member of the channel, y'all missing out. Exactly, bro. I've been saying that, man. But thank you, Sam. Good to see you. How's the Hobbit world? A girl who likes hobbies she can do at home, like not very social. Well, that'd be, I guess, as long as it's not like disruptive or whatever, like in the fact that it's like, where I'm like, Jesus, is she crazy? Or something, I don't know. Like if it would be nice to go to family things or friend things, or maybe I can go hang out with my friends, and as long as we got along or whatever, I don't know. End of time ambience. Probably do more sewing and look into woodworking. Yeah, but you need candles. Do you guys have any candles? Dude, I think all of us should just go join the Amish like right now, so we can at least acclimate to it, you know what I mean? I like to be a jack of all trades. I ride bikes on my days off too. That's cool. Pretend I'm blind and think of all the stuff I need now that this happened. Open the door through the silence, scream, brains. Oh yeah, I guess, yeah, zombies be coming in. Should read us the book I Second After. What's that about? Humming increases nitric oxide by 1,500% after 5 seconds. Let's try it. Oh. If all socials went out, it'd be totally okay. I'd love to explore the world, new places, road trips. I mean, yeah, I guess you could just do that right now, just if you don't have anything to lose by getting off of socials, or you could still keep your socials and just scroll on your phone while you go on a road trip. That happens a lot where I live, and we have a lot of battery-powered stuff, and we pretend it's the same as when you camped in your living room as a kid. Bring all the pets to the main living space. Okay. I don't know. Well, I guess that's the thing. That's how it would happen, right? Knock out the power, 6 months no power, Hurricane Maria style, and then after you come out the other end, it's like everybody's like, what's going on? And then you would have to restructure things. Maybe a lot of people would die during that period of time. I don't know. Maybe that's the big culling of everyone, is like the power going out for a year or two. Like 2 years without power in the United States. Do you think a lot of people would die? Probably. Maybe not en masse. Maybe en masse. Yeah, maybe riots and anarchy everywhere. Everyone would be getting shot by the... Okay, this is my conspiracy theory. You guys want to hear my big conspiracy theory? Right now, the deployment of like the National Guard to like the various cities and shit like that isn't necessarily because there's like, I don't know, social chaos or whatever occurring by any means, but I believe it. I almost, unless they've already retreated, most of them, and I'm just not paying attention, but it was just sort of a thought in my head. I was like, wouldn't it make more sense if they were like preparing for some type of like anticipated chaos, that you strategically put all those National Guard into those particular cities? Maybe those cities have key assets or resources that you want to protect, certain buildings or whatever, and then you just kind of like place them there, and then when the power goes out, they'll already be like ready and essentially protecting those areas or defending certain key locations. We track the people and personalities into our lives, mirror our own securities. Isolation can help tune and refine what you attract, which ultimately allows you to grow, heal, become a better self, for sure. Hey, see ya, Ollie. Take care. Ollie, can you... Yeah. Okay, yeah. My favorite was seeing people driving with windows up alone. Yeah, it's weird. Oh yeah, we ain't no AI voice in here, baby. On Spotify, I'm about 3 episodes behind on the latest release. I'm trying to listen to them all at once. You gotta save them, anyways. Are the YouTube vids in sync with Spotify? They are not. No, it's like almost like a year difference, I think, or a couple months. But they're like compilations on Spotify. Joel, 1 second after. It's a realistic EMP scenario. Yeah, as soon as I like turn my lights off in my room, I'm pretty much in the end times. Personally avoid politics, way too sensitive to people right now. Yeah, but I feel like, I don't know, I've arrived at this position where I'm like trying to like open people's minds to the idea that maybe the thing that divides us the most is actually just not real part. Maybe that's like been the goal of like people beyond our comprehension, is trying to divide us. So if we can kind of like take that left-right divide and set it to the side and realize that we are all individuals in this like effort, and that it's not necessarily like blue versus red that's going to like save us or anything, but it has to be something external from that. Perhaps then you can start to perceive the world in a little bit of a different way. Man, I keep hearing that ghost walk around upstairs. You think the earth should be flooded again? No, I think we're doing fine. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even know what even made it. What God was freaking out the first time, I guess. And I think, I don't even know, like that world flood story, I think, what did it come from? It probably came from, I mean, they talk about like the sudden shift of the poles, right? Who knows, maybe it was like this, like a mass coronal ejection from the sun, all that radiation shot at the earth, and then it like caused a sudden flipping of the poles, which caused like chaotic weather, which caused like flooding, or who knows, maybe it was a big asteroid or some shit that caused a big tsunami flood. I don't fucking know what the fuck happened, honestly. Yeah, the flood's been canceled. Just like Christmas. Flood Christmas. I think God is destroying Earth little by little with hurricanes. They haven't hit here yet. I heard that people in China don't watch the news because they view it all as propaganda, but they're still very versed in current events. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, like what occurred per se, but like understanding that, I mean, in their scenario, because it's, well, I don't know. Let me just say I have no fucking clue. But I would assume, since everything kind of goes back to the CCP, you would just immediately know that the only thing that is going to get like a beneficial perspective is the Chinese Communist Party, and anything beyond that you would just sort of innately know as bajoni. The problem is, even if we didn't divide as you said, as individuals need human rights, I do believe you can still have traditional lifestyles without taking autonomy and religious freedom. What do you mean taking it? Sorry. I guess what am I really trying to say? Because I'm not saying that really anything is necessarily accomplished by disassociating yourself from the left versus right paradigm, external from the fact that you are doing a better job at sort of looking at things from an external view, maybe from like a curator view, like a dev mode, like you try to look at the world like you are the developers and you're trying to control things through division. It doesn't mean you can't still perceive it or treat people well, and I'm not saying that there's really anything to necessarily be accomplished, but I definitely feel like you can only lose stuff by existing in that blue versus red mentality, because especially if you are trying to fight others, if you're always trying to fight and be argumentative like, you know, the political commentators that you see on YouTube all the time or whatever, it's not really good for fostering relationships with other human beings. All it really does is maybe like stroke your cock for like 10 seconds if you're right about something, sure. But then what? Like, when's the last time you've ever like pretentiously told someone the truth about a particular left versus right issue and then come out the other side and been like, I'm so fucking smart. I'm so fucking smart, and now they believe everything that I say. No, they probably like just fucking hate you more because you're an asshole. Would you still like a girl if she wasn't as smart as you on all these topics? No, I would prefer. I want my girlfriend to be dumb. That's my goal. No, I'm just kidding. No, I don't. I'm not smart on these topics, by the way. I'm literally just like rambling. I literally am just rambling about nonsense. All of my philosophies and ideas they have no specifics to them at all. They're just essentially a vibe. How the Granch. How the Gooch Stole Christmas. That's the only book I want my girl to be able to read. How the Gooch Stole Christmas. If she can cook and be at that reading level, we're good, bro. No, I'm just kidding. You know, so many goddamn words. I've been reading the dictionary every single day of my life. I don't know how to use any of the words, but sometimes I pepper them in there, and it looks really cool. Hey, see ya, Chandra? I don't know, dude. YouTube does not make it easy reading these, like, usernames. One morning, way back in October 2007, a retired day hiker was trekking up the North Lateral I'm never gonna make it out this shit. We're not gonna make it out the mud. One morning, way back in October of 2007, a retired day hiker was trekking up the North Lateral Moraine Trail when he came across a shallow karst cave system just off the beaten path. He claimed to have interest in what he called pioneer relics, things like rusted tin cans and shattered crockery left behind from the old covered wagons which used to snake through the front range. And so he made a habit of shining his flashlight into the darkness and looking around for old artifacts. But what he found that day was no antique. He found bones, human bones, and said that they were scattered around the cave floor and looked old, bleached, and white. And he thought that they were just animal bones at first, but then he found the skull. He told the dispatcher that he realized that it was a skeleton, maybe one left over from the Donner Party, or at least some other tradition of the sea type situation. And he said they looked 100 years old, but he was wrong. And the person that proved him wrong was me. Whenever anyone finds human remains and they're not fresh, medical examiners like me get a call. And it's our job to head out to wherever the remains are found and give our expert opinion on how and why their owner passed away. Most of the time, we just simply drive over to the location of the remains and then drive back to the office once we're done. But on this occasion, since the remains were found way up in the Rockies, we were flying in by helicopter. We arrived around midday. Myself, a tech from the CBI lab in Greenlee, a photographer from the... For Joel's first physical book, he should publish How the Gooch Stole Christmas. That'd be kind of fun. You're a mean one, Mr. Gooch. You got a stinky, stonky finger. I'm gonna give it a little sniff. I'm gonna give it a little suck, Mr. Gooch. I think you got gonorrhea. We arrived around midday. Myself, a tech from the CBI lab in Greenlee, a photographer from the coroner's office, and a couple of rangers from the park service to keep the area secure. It took a while, but we eventually found the cave the hiker had referred to, which was more like a crack in the granite. And then we suited up in these Tyvek, those sort of white suits that you see in CSI, and then we flicked on our headlamps and entered the cave to lay out a 10 by 10 meter baseline. Now what struck me initially was that the remains were partial, meaning that it wasn't a complete skeleton. We found things like a detached mandible, fragments of a radius ulna pair, ulnar. Radius ulnar. Right, yeah, ulnar. Okay. I forgot the R. An anus pair. Oh, Grinch. Oh, Mr. Gooch. Why are you so serious? We do have this, like, Neolithic native structure called Gungywomp, about 2k years old. It's like Stonehenge, but kind of underground. Where the hell is Gungywomp? The winners of war write history in their best interests. It's more brutal than the books can even describe. Yeah, I don't know. There's like a part of me that like makes me sick that people, I don't know, like I know we conceptualize everything through narrative, right? Everything has to have a good and a bad and a whatever. But then you get into like the specifics of it and it's like someone getting blown up right now in fucking Ukraine by a goddamn drone where I saw the video. I think I talked about it. It's like, I'm glad I don't see that shit on Instagram anymore. But, you know, the guy driving on the fucking four-wheeler, you know, and he's got the camera on the back, and then all of a sudden the drone just comes in and blows the dude in front of him on the four-wheeler up, and like half of, like, his entire, like, half of his body gets fucking, like, turned into mush. And the other dude just, like, bleh, and, like, falls off. And I'm like, it was just so meaningless. It just made all of it feel instantaneously, pointlessly meaningless to me. These wars that rich bankers send you to go die in, you know what I mean? And it's just like, what the fuck? What the actual fuck? And so I can only imagine that it was probably just as terrifying or disgusting and just heart-wrenching for people in world wars to experience, right? What's my opinion on Arc Raiders, bro? I went on like a 15-minute crash out on that earlier. Do you think you're going to keep the same background for the rest of the year? I think we'll have do we have a Christmas one? Do you guys know if we... Oh, we do. I have Krampus. I got a Krampus loop coming. Do you think we should start the Krampus loop now, or should we wait till after Thanksgiving? I think I should backpack EU again, but the Euro rail went up by a bit of euros. Ah, damn. Mama Krampus. Next stream. Yeah, we'll do it after Thanksgiving, which will probably be like next Sunday. I saw people putting up Christmas decorations and, you know, it is what it is. I wish I had, yeah, it seems like Thanksgiving gets looked over. I mean, at the end of the day, you just want people to buy a shit ton of food. My brother had a book he would hold with pride. A little red cover with a broken spine. On the back he wrote a quote inside, "When the rich wage war, it's the poor who die." True. True. I used to be a garbage man, and one day I found a set doll with its head cut off. Like, what the fuck? Huh. Yeah, dude, I respect garbage men in the sense, like, you really don't know what the fuck you're about to pick up when you, like, throw a trash bag or something into your truck, or, you know what I mean? Like, you just don't know if a needle is in there, some fucking disgusting poop, like a old, like, some weird bacteria on a fucking bandage. You know, I feel like every garbage man should have to wear one of those, like, CSI hazmat suits throughout the day. Stoned on Thanksgiving. Let's go. Americans don't appreciate Thanksgiving enough. It's a time of year you get to see family members you don't see year-round. I agree. It sounds like, if you're from Spain, it sounds like you want to get to America to take part in our traditions, our culture. Krampus in the hot tub. We found things like a detached mandible, fragments of a radius. Yeah. We found things like a detached mandible, fragments of a radius ulnar pair, and a scattering of phalanges and thoracic vertebrae. But there was no pelvis, and neither were there any long bones below the femora, as the thigh bones, which were also entirely absent. Now, the hiker was right about the bones to an extent, because they appear to have been there for a very long time. Under the light of my LED beams, I could see the cortical bone was marred by fine vertical striations, which suggested decades of exposure to freezing winds. But then, the more I looked at it, the more something started to nag at me. When we found the skull, I took a good long look at it, and I was looking for gnaw marks from rodents or other tooth marks, which we call carnivore pitting, from large predators. But there was nothing but uniform periosteal strippings. Periosteal strippings. Yes. I can see your underwear has some periosteal strippings. Disgusting. Merriam-Webster. Situated around or produced external to bone. Bone. Lizard people. Crows are smart as fuck. Hell yeah. I stress when it's Thanksgiving, my family just passively aggressively attack each other at dinner talk. Yeah, what are they pissed about? You should just say, you should get up on the table, kick the food off, and just go, "Stop fighting!" But then it zooms out and you're only like 2 feet tall and you're a little rat guy. And they're like, "Oh my god, a rat! A fucking rat! Ah!" And they just smush you with a fucking shoe. Your body just like folds like an accordion. Yeah. Stop it! What's the result of the poll? Looks like we're at 79% yes, so like almost 80% of people, at least here, who have voted, fall asleep to the videos. A lot of garbage men don't actually have to handle garbage. They have a huge mechanical arm that lifts and dumps the cans in the back of the truck. I'm sure there's still guys that have to manually. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I forgot about that. Well, that's good. At least they don't have to like. Actually, yeah, it's because it's probably like a safety precaution in many ways, and that you can only put out like so much in your bin. Your bin. I fell asleep listening to the last live and ended up dreaming about someone following me in the dream, and I was like, well, at least now I have a story to send you. Yeah. Dream stories. Okay. But there was nothing uniform. Yeah, periosteal. But there was nothing but uniform periosteal stripping, which was way too clean to be weather damage. And this left only one plausible explanation. The flesh had been cut away from the bone by something very sharp. Now, I bagged a sample right there, a shard of bone used for our preliminary histology, which is the fancy term for putting something under a microscope. And once we made a mobile unit set up at the trailhead, we ran the sample under the portable FTIR spectrometer and then watched it as it lit up like a flare. There was a high amount of holy shit, this guy's got all the fucking words. Hydroxyapatite, crystallinity. Hydroxyapatite crystallinity, but the sample also exhibited some unusual thermodegradation signatures, which to me indicated sublethal heating at a temperature of around 170 to 220 degrees Fahrenheit. Nerd! Fucking nerd alert! Get him out of here. Can somebody in the chat grab this guy's underwear and pull it up over top of his fucking head? Saying all these nerd words. Hydroxyapatite. Fucking nerds. Oh my god. Crystallinity. Am I a masochist? No. I like to be comfy. Like the people who get into those ice baths. Like, I've done it, and it sucks. So I'm not going to do it again. Crystallinity. What's a sadist? Sadist? Is that Satan? Sadist is hurting people right now. I don't like to hurt people either. I don't like to hurt myself, don't like to hurt others. It like hurts me to hurt others. Forensic investigator sounds pretty important. That does sound cool. A nihilist. You're a nihilist, I think. Yep. A nihilist. There was a high amount of hydroxyapatite crystallinity, but the sample also exhibited some unusual thermal degradation signatures, which to me indicated sublethal heating at a temperature of around 170 to 220 degrees Fahrenheit. There was no charring, and what we were looking at wasn't any kind of regular diagenesis or decomposition. That left only one feasible explanation. The bones had been boiled. Yeah, you got it, CD5. It was a boiled head. That was good. Did you already know that? I literally wrap Christmas presents watching horror movies. That's cool. That's freaking sweet. Okay. There was no charring, and what we were looking at wasn't any kind of regular, I'd make sure I'm saying diagenesis, right? Do I like spicy food? Oh yeah, baby. Give me diarrhea, please. How about hot wax from candles? Oh, no, who even thought of that? They're like, I got an idea. We got these romantic candles around here that smell nice. Let me dump molten hot and lava onto your skin. Oh my gosh. That's the kind of thing I'm talking about. Like when you get like too much or too much puh, you go crazy. You turn into a goofball. Too many 50 Shades of Grey books. Written by Justin Ballas. Oh my god, I already know it. I can psychically see in my head, I can see into Justin's... I'm like astral projecting right now, and I can see into Justin's luggage, and I can see the fucking erotic book just sitting there right on top of his tighty whities. It's... disgusting. He's got the waifu pillow. Get out of my things. Get out of my hard socks. Do I believe in spirits or entities? Oh yeah. I believe in all of it. It's all real. Let me be the first to tell you. It's not against the law to astral project into your panty drawer, just so you know. How do you know if you're in the right person? I guess if you just feel good, you know. Do I feel happy with this person? Then, yeah, you know. And sometimes you kind of need like a bad relationship or a bad something to kind of make you appreciate what you currently have. And then you're like, okay, this is better. There was no charring, and what we were looking at wasn't any kind of regular diagenesis or decomposition, and that left only one feasible explanation. The bones had been boiled. After returning to the cave and continuing our analysis, more puzzles of the pieces... I got dyslexia. Just a suitcase full of precious moments, knickknacks, and one collared shirt. Yeah, right. It's fucking filled to the brim with porno mags. I said I wanted a wedgie? No. I said give the author of this nerd-ass story a atomic wedgie. Not me. You're gonna get all my underwear covered in poop. Oh, Fry, what's up, buddy? After returning to the cave and continuing our analysis, more pieces of the puzzle began falling into place. We found a well-used enameled iron cooking pot at the rear of the cave. Traces of bone marrow residue clung to its interior, with its lipid profiles consistent with the same kind that comes from human femurs. High in oleic acid, low in polyunsaturated fats, and the discovery of more bones proved that defleshing had been anything but crude scavenging. Defleshing, yeah. Let me make sure I said this one, oleic.
Oleic acid. The oleic acid is...
Oleic, oh fuck. A monounsaturated fatty acid, carbon 18, hydrogen 34, oxygen 2, obtained from natural fats and oils. Do you remember my IRL name? It starts with an A. Ah, oh, fuck. Ashton? No. Aaron? No. Oh, Alabaster. That's right. Or Anders. Anal? Anali? Alexandros. Alex. I thought about sending you stories of my shadow people encounters, but I don't want to send you stories that you find to be BS, other listeners to find BS. You know, that's unfortunate what's going to happen during the paranormal, because I'll do it during a paranormal set, right? Yeah, that's just going to be part of the process. I mean, I'm not going to call it out, because I like the fucking paranormal stories, honestly. I don't even give a shit if they're, like, nuts. You know, like, we literally read a story for the bonus content about a little rat creature. It found it in formaldehyde and it just ran away. Little rat dragon. So to me, that was probably the most real story I've ever read in my life. Oh, it is oleic. Olay! Olay! High in oleic acid, low in polyunsaturated. Motherfucking fucker. Was the paranormal set being read? I get touch mine up a little. So I just released one of bonus content, so we're good on that. But then, basically, eventually, I'll do maybe in like a month or something, maybe in a couple weeks. Let's read submissions at gmail.com. Send it in, or be square. You have a good story, but not that good at writing. Yeah, just send it and we'll fix the grammar. We'll get it all polished up. We'll make that turd shine. Just kidding. All right. high in oleic acid, low in polyunsaturated fats. The discovery of more bones proved that the defleshing had been anything but crude scavenging. It had been methodical. There were parallel incision marks on the ends of the bones, and judging by the microstriations, they'd been inflicted by some kind of carbon steel filleting knife, most likely complete with a serrated edge. And to the best of my judgment, I'd have to say the flesh had been removed immediately after death, before the bones were simmered to make a broth of tenderized marrow. And there would be no logical reason to do this other than consumption, in which case it made sense that the lower limbs were missing, as the messiest cuts had most likely been hauled away later.
My car's been off and on for years. I have a weird story with car. Absolutely. Send it on in. Send it.
Guys, my flex is that I buy lifetime subscriptions to apps that are going to be big before they remove the lifetime subs, and then I have never had to pay for them again. Lifetime subscriptions? When the fuck does anything ever have that? There would be no logical reason to do this other than consumption, in which case it made sense that the lower limbs were missing, as the medius cuts had mostly... What the fuck am I reading? What am I reading? Hannibal Lecter. Hannibal Lecture. I'm not here for a Hannibal lecture, alright? In which case, it made sense that the lower limbs were missing, as the medius cuts had most likely been hauled away for later. Now, in plain English, this wasn't the kind of survival cannibalism people were forced into on the Oregon Trail. It had been staged in isolation, most likely to evade prying eyes of rangers and hikers. This wasn't desperation. This was a feast. And we had the remains airlifted to the Denver lab. Dude, oh my god. My voice is cracking. Fucking hell, mate. I'm back, baby. Denver lab. Hawk. What's up, buddy? Secret handshake squawks on the house tonight for free. Charge them while they're hot and fresh. Squawk. Bro, how you feeling, man? How you recovering? One of the new Indonesian models. Ceramic pickups are mad, but construction is solid. What are we talking about here? Bite with a 2. Sorry, bud. I feel like you're big lying, you deaf masochist. What's masochist again? I like to be like beat up with reeds or something. Beat me till I'm bald. Beat me till there's no hair left. Oh, man. We had the remains airlifted to the Denver lab that afternoon, where a full post-mortem unfolded over the course of several weeks. Now, it took a while, but we heard the carbon dating on the sample we took pegged the year of death between 2003 and 2005. There was no corresponding dental records for the teeth that remained in the skull. The molars showed moderate damage, but there were no fillings or orthodontic work done, so my best guess involved being some kind of vagrant. Now, we extracted some degraded DNA and then ran it through the state's database, as well as CODIS, the FBI's combined DNA index system, and we got 0 hits. There were no familial matches, no cold case crossovers, nothing. And in terms of where the victim was from, enamel analysis hinted at a Midwestern upbringing. But in contrast to my theory that this person was a vagrant, the only thing that came up in the toxicology reports were trace caffeine metabolites. There was no indication of a struggle, no restraint artifacts on the wrists. Cause of death was most likely asphyxiation or blunt force. Executed elsewhere, then transported to the karst cave for what I guess you might call the harvest. And the case file's been archived. The case file's been archived. Bah, humbug. I do need some tea after this story. AXG, what's up, broski? It's been a while. Where you been? Where the fuck have you been? We stayed up all night waiting for you. Oh, man. I gotta do bloopers. If I had, like, the time to... I do have some exciting news. Tomorrow I'll be having a conversation with, like, basically this company that you pay them some money and then they try to basically make social media... they make, like, a social media account to, like, make YouTube, Instagram, and I think TikTok, like, shorts, and try to get basically from that, they try to get at least 1 million views in total. So I think I'm going, like, I should have done this years ago, but I'm now going to be putting money, I think, as much as I can figure out into, like, advertising through that means. Because, I mean, you remember that one, I was telling you about the Burnt Peanut streaming channel. Like, he was very much into Tarkov, and obviously Ark is exploding and that kind of thing. And I think a lot of it came down to the fact that you just got to do shorts, you got to do TikTok, you got to do Instagram, and hope your shit comes across someone's eyes, and then they come see you, and that's literally a free advertisement for your thing. And it's something that I've just, like, not really done that much, or if I did, it just, like, wasn't enough. I almost sold a 6,500 Gibson Murphy Lab, but the guy was needle dicking for a discount, but it's on 32% clearance already. What the frick? Do you believe in soul siblings? No. How would this channel be chopped into shorts? Yeah, I don't know. I guess you would just have to, like, find bits and pieces of the story, and maybe, like, the text over the thing is like, I could literally fall asleep to this guy every night or something, you know what I mean? Or, like, this guy's stories are so scary, or I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, you would just have to have, like, something that, like, keeps people's attention for a bit. Post funny moments from the streams as well as good parts of stories. That would be good too, like, have people dig through the streams and find funny shit to, like, take out of context. 'Cause it'd be nice to actually see the stream grow. I mean, Jesus Christ, I've been doing it for, almost as long as the channel, and it's just kind of, like, been at the same vibe, which is fine, but I don't know. If you want to chop your contents into shorts, look at how Mr. Ballin does his. Yeah, for sure. And the nice thing is with theirs, like, those kind of guys, it's like their visuals, like, they can put themselves in those shorts. I mean, that's how Mr. Ballin blew up in the first place, was like TikTok sort of shorts and that kind of thing, and then it sort of expanded from there. Oh yeah, that's kind of how you do it. These are the top tier streams. Thank you. I try my best. I try as hard as I can. You clip 1 minute shorts, the most viewed segments of your release. That's a good point. Yeah, I could look at, like, analytics to see where. Well, I'm not sure what specifically. I don't like, when people listen to it, I don't know if they ever, like, restart or go to a specific point or something. I found you because of Mr. Nightmare and Scary. Interesting. Scary and interesting. One of my VTubing. I don't know. I guess I would have to figure that out, like, how to put myself onto, like, a VTube model of sorts. But it would be neat to do, just like a skeleton in, like, an astronaut suit, talking to you guys and that kind of thing. Where do I send stories to? All stories are absolutely true. Really haven't. Yeah, send it to let's read submissions at gmail.com. You can find that linked in all the videos as well. The case files have been archived for more than 6 years now, gathering digital dust in the Colorado Bureau of Investigation's unsolved ledger. Now, the killer, who was most likely male Do you wish to be recognized? Like in person? Not really. Like if someone in public recognized me, I feel like that, like, if I got that all the time, that would be, I mean, it could be fun. Like if you were like if I was Markiplier and people walked up to me and talked to me, that might be really nice, honestly. Like that might actually be really cool to like just, you're walking and now all of a sudden you have a friend. But I mean, it would suck if you had like a crazy fan who like wanted to, you know, suck on your nipples or something. Like, what the fuck? Get out of here. The case files have been archived for more than 6 years now, gathering digital dust in the Colorado Bureau of Investigation's unsolved ledger. Now, the killer, who was most likely male considering the brute force required to do what he did, clean slipped the noose, so to speak, meaning somewhere out there in the sprawl of flyover country, or maybe in some tiny mountain town, there's a murderer and a cannibal breathing free air. I used to imagine it sometimes, his pot bubbling over with bone broth as he packaged up the better cuts. I can't forget it, and I know I never will. Because in this line of work, some fractures never heal. Alright guys, people are too mean on Reddit these days. Dude, Reddit is just like a dead website to me. Like, I don't even know how Reddit is even kept intact. Like, the only time you ever need to go on Reddit is when you need to type like da-da-da-da Reddit. Like, you have a question, Reddit. How do I, this thing, Reddit. Like, if, you know, like that might be useful, but like, you can't, I don't really use Reddit. I don't use Reddit at all anymore. Just because any sort of where you would give like a, you know, a differing opinion on something, like you can't even tell if you're interacting with like a bot, because I mean the website was literally bought by the CCP in general. They paid like $10 million, Tencent or whatever, to basically take over majority stock there and control it. So you don't even know like what you're interacting with there, and if it's just like basically trained to identify and go against anything that's different. But yeah, it's pretty. And then otherwise, you just get you get banned on Reddit for fucking wanting to, existing on other subs, even participating in other subs. You get banned preemptively. It's fucking stupid. Dovulating. Giga Chad, thank you for the 2 though. I want you, I need you, I get some more of you. CCP didn't buy Reddit. It was Tencent, which is like a subsidiary of the Chinese government. Let's look it up. Let's look it up. Reddit is a publicly traded company. Its largest shareholder is Advanced Magazine Publishers, the news house's family. Tencent holds a minority stake. Filings and reports suggest around 9 to 11% of Reddit shares. Because Tencent does not have more than 50% ownership, which would be majority. They are not in control of Reddit. Well, I mean, still, 10% from a Chinese, like, centralized subsidiary company. I do kind of wonder to what extent they have influence over what is seen or interacted with on Reddit. Like, people get upset about, like, Elon Musk owning Twitter, but it's like, what about these, like, foreign nationals, or not really foreign national, but, like, national governments having influence over things? I mean, I guess you see it everywhere, really. Okay, so who is Advance? Yeah. Which country is Advance Magazine Publishers from? What time is it? It's like 3 a.m. here. Advanced Magazine Publishers, also known as Condé Nast's parent company, owned by Newhouse family, is based in the United States. It's an American media company headquartered in New York. Who are its CEOs? Stephen Newhouse, chairman. Donald Newhouse, chairman. Give me a breakdown of their Wikipedia. Do I own any retro consoles? I do, actually. I have like a Super Nintendo. Let's see, we got Full name, Advanced Publications type, privately held media company, founded May 12th, 1924. Founder Samuel Irving Newhouse Sr., headquarters 1 World Trade Center, New York City. Number of employees 12,000. Revenue about $2.4 billion, damn. Ownership controlled by the Newhouse family, descendants of the founder. Areas of business, media, publishing. The company's roots lie in the purchase by Sam Newhouse in the newspaper Staten Island Advance in 1922. Over time, it expanded via acquisitions of newspapers, magazines, and other media properties. The company adopted the Advance Publications name as the holding company for its media assets. More recently, the company has diversified by holding significant minority stakes in other large companies rather than just owning, for example, minority stakes in Charter Communications, Warner Brothers, Discovery, and Reddit. Okay, let's go to chairman. What's bigger, chairman or president? Stephen Newhouse's Wikipedia. Oh, wait. Well, that's not his Wikipedia now, is it? Company type. Huh. Where's their fucking names? Does it not have their... They don't have personal Wikipedias? The company directly owns majority. I don't even know. What questions do we even ask any further to find out their... Reddit users take things to the next level. They're not above using violence. I mean, they're fucking insane. Aren't they the ones that, like, actively went out of their way to dox the information of, what's his name? Ethan Klein, whenever he was having disputes or just, like, arguments with, like, Hassan and his ilk and his orbiters. And that's kind of fucking weird. Anyways, I will be right back, friends. That's one example among thousands. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what it is about Redditors. They're like worse than people from Twitter. I mean, I assume they also have Twitters. Hey, Lucy, what's up? I'm gonna go make some tea, though. I will be right back. Hey, Ron, what's up, dude? Talk amongst yourselves. I shall return very shortly. We got one more story. Have a good poo. Thank you. Okay, I'm back. What's this stream? This stream is... I went to go get tea, but I read scary stories, and now I'm back to... spook ya! Oh, man. Sorry, it took a while. Dude, it's so foggy out right now. It's so farty. Good afternoon. Welcome back. Got me tea. I got one more story to read. And then we'll see what fucking happens. My EST, yeah, it is 3:09 a.m. right now. I'm back to, I just had my first attempt at Dutch baby. It was delicious. What's Dutch? You eat babies? You eat a Dutch baby? Also, have you guys ever taken the Zicam? I got some of the Zicam. It has, like, zinc in it. And the other day, I swear, I was, like, starting to get a little sick, and I took one of the lozenges and just, like, you suck it till it dissolves. And, it felt good. My clock's 5 minutes ahead. Yeah, I don't know why. It's weird. Zicam is magic. Yeah, my other friend said that too, so I'm like kind of stoked about that. Like anytime I ever feel like a little snarfy, I just take one of those and the zinc will save my life. Careful with zinc. Oh, God, it's always something. Can there ever be one miracle cure that doesn't kill me? What does zinc do?
Educate me, please.
For almost 2 decades now, I have worked as a helicopter pilot for Utah's Department of Public Safety. People are often surprised by what a verified... People are often surprised by what a varied job it actually is. Because while we obviously provide a lot of support to law enforcement, we also perform medical evacuations, assist with wildfire and disaster response, and most relevant to my story today, we support search and rescue operations out in the Rockies. Now I'm on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, so sometimes I'm grabbing my gear in the middle of dinner or in the middle of the night because someone's gotten themselves into trouble in the UWC. That's the Uinta Wasatch Cache. Zinc makes you more manly. Oh, fuck, okay. I need more hair. I need hair everywhere. Under my arms. I need a bigger ball fro. Alright, UWC, the U... Uinta. Is it Uinta? Uinta that? Uinta. Okay, so Uinta, and then what's the next one? Uinta Wasatch Cache. Wasatch. Uinta Wasatch Cache. I'm on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So sometimes I'm grabbing my gear in the middle of dinner or in the middle of the night because someone's gotten themselves into trouble in the UWC. That's the Uinta Wasatch. That's the Uinta Wasatch Cache National Forest, about 30 miles east of Salt Lake. Most of the time the calls come from hikers or climbers who get lost or hurt in the mountains, or sometimes we get skiers caught in avalanches during winter. But then other times, I find myself flying into situations that are much more unsettling than just a lost hiker or stranded skier. And the bird I fly most is... the Airbus H-125, a single-engine helicopter that's ideal for flying through the Rockies. It's got enough power for high-altitude work, which is crucial around here since elevations can regularly push 10,000 feet or more during search and rescue operations. I take off from the airport in Salt Lake, and then within minutes, I'm soaring up into the mountains to link up with the ground team. The air gets thin quick, so you gotta manage your power carefully. The H-125 handles it well, but it can sometimes feel very different to flying at sea level. It's beautiful up there in the mountains, but the weather can turn on a dime. One minute it's clear blue sky. You love me? Thanks, Pradeep. I love you too. It's beautiful up there in the mountains, but the weather can turn on a dime. One minute it's clear blue skies, the next you're dealing with turbulence from downdrafts off the peaks or snowstorms that come out of nowhere and cut visibility down to nothing. But even when the weather's fine, the kind of flying they have to do up there can get real dangerous real quick. On more than one occasion, I've had to hover in tight spots like above a narrow ridge with any On more than one occasion, I've had to hover in tight spots, like above a narrow ridge with my rotors less than 20 feet or so from the treetops. I then have to hold that position on pain of death while the crew lowers the hoist to a stranded climber with a busted leg. Those hoists really come in handy for pulling people out of tough spots, like steep canyons or cliffs where you can't land, but they're not a fix-all. To fill the gaps, me and my crew keep the bird loaded up with stuff like night vision goggles, searchlights, and Reco detectors, a real handy piece of equipment which can pinpoint people wearing reflective clothing. And because flying SAR missions in the Utah Rockies is no joke, we need all the help we can get out there. And despite all I've said, most ops are actually pretty straightforward in terms of what we do. We spot them, drop a line, and then haul them out and crack a beer back at it. Did he say he lived in, what's it called, Utah? Utah, yeah, okay, sorry. Hey, Utah. We spot them, drop a line, and then haul them out and crack a beer back at HQ. But there's one from a couple of years back that still has me wondering what in the world really happened out there. So it started just like any other call might do, with the phone on my nightstand dragging me out of sleep. Damn, I'm struggle-buggling. It started just like any other call might do, with the phone on my nightstand dragging me out of sleep. The missing man's wife had called 911 just a few hours before, after her husband failed to return home following a solo hike up near. The missing man's wife had called 911 just a few hours before, after her husband failed to return home following a solo hike up near Hayden Peak. I wasn't expecting anything too intense. The last couple of ops involved rescuing pencil-pushing city boys who'd bitten off more than they could chew, so I figured it might be more of the same. But after flying over the area surrounding Farm Creek Peak, we couldn't spot our hiker anywhere. The ground team was already on location, with some combing the trails on ATVs, so we decided to open up our search area to see what we could find. Eventually, we found ourselves flying over a place called Wilson's Peak, the highest point in the entire state of Utah. And the terrain up there is brutal, with sheer cliffs and deep snowpack, and since it was a long way off the area our hiker was said to be, We didn't expect to find anything. But no sooner had we gotten close enough that my pilot spotted something through thermal imaging. It was weak, but it was damn sure human-shaped, and it was up on a narrow bluff about 8,000 feet up. I banked us closer, eyes peeled, and then suddenly, there he was, the missing hiker. He was sitting near a ledge, no tent, no pack, just him in a thin jacket, limply waving one arm and looking like he'd been through hell. I radioed the ground teams, telling them that we had a visual and passing on the man's coordinates, and the ground team acknowledged and then sent ATVs in our direction. But after a tense 20 minutes of them probing the approaches, the leads come back over the radio saying the approach is iced over and far too steep. To get to the guy without putting the chopper in danger, they'd need specialists with climbing gear, which would take around 2 hours. And the trouble was, from the looks of him, I didn't think the guy had 2 hours left. Now I looked at my co-pilot, and he looked at me, and we both agreed, screw it. We're going in low, drop the line. And to say it was a risky move would be one heck of an understatement. Regulations say to keep a buffer for wind shear and rotor wash. Rotor wash. Still for real live, yeah, almost 4 hours here. Pretty much turning into typical at this point. So funny, like Pradeep's like I got the fire on, but the fan's not like coming off the fire. But Pradeep's just like laying on his side on the floor, like close to the fire, like a dog. He's so funny. It's like sprawled out, stretched and strooched. I'm a good noodle. Please stop spreading rumors I'm a dirty pervert goblin. That's not what the Japanese said. They said you fit right in. Oh, Justin-a-son. He is our favorite. Honestly, Pradeep does kind of seem like a dog in many ways. Regulations say to keep a buffer of for... Motherfucker. Fuck, that's the bitch. Regulations say to keep a buffer for wind shear and rotor wash, but I dipped the nose and threaded the chopper between pine trees and the contour of the slope. The altimeter started yelling warnings at me as we got within 50 feet of the bluff, which was dangerously low for a winch op in such gusty conditions. My winch medic, a guy with balls of steel named Tony Reyes, clipped the winch to his rig, lowered himself onto the cable as I hovered in place, then edged across the ledge towards our missing hiker. Once he reached him, Reyes asked the guy if it was well enough to go. Coming in low out of the rising sun, about a mile out, we put on the muzak. My cat was letting me lay on him and scratch his belly. Scratch my belly. Scratch my belly. Once he reached him, Reyes asked the guy if it was good enough to hold on to something. The guy couldn't stand, but Reyes managed to get the very unglamorously named crotch strap between his legs, and then with a little assistance, he was good to go. We couldn't linger. Fuel was burning and the winds were picking up. I spotted a flat meadow about a mile down the valley, clear and flat enough to safely set down. What's the longest live I've done? I think on one of my birthdays I went for like 8 hours. I started early and it just like kept going and drunk the whole time. Didn't feel long. I spotted a flat meadow a mile down the valley, clear and flat enough to safely set down Rays and the hiker. My co-pilot pulled the line up a little, and up came Rays and our hiker, and then off we went to gently drop them off before I set us down and we waited for the ground crew. Once our rotors were still, myself and my co-pilot hopped out to go check on the hiker, and we found him propped up against a log, wrapped in foil blankets, while Rays set up an IV, but I feel like I gotta make this sound more intense or something. Is it best to have chat set on live chat or top chat? I put it on live chat because I don't really feel like I get enough chat to just only do top chat. And I don't even know what top chat means per se. Like if you were like so popular that you only accepted like your donations, I guess, as chat, but I mean, obviously I'm not that, so obviously I'm just not that. You have like thousands of people, yeah, that makes sense. Once our rotors were still, myself and my co-pilot hopped out to go check on the hiker. We found him propped up against a log, wrapped in foil blankets, while Ray set up an IV, but something was off. Our hiker had gone missing for less than Our hiker had been missing for less than 24 hours, but he looked gaunt, like he hadn't eaten in days, and he was dehydrated to the point that his tongue was a little swollen and he had trouble speaking. Now, even stranger, the guy couldn't seem to remember his own name, not at first anyway. Hypothermia makes people slow, but it doesn't fog their memory, and this guy was all glassy-eyed and confused when we asked his name. We would like to play. Even stranger, the guy couldn't seem to remember his own name, not at first anyway. Hypothermia makes people slow, but it doesn't fog their memory, and this guy was all glassy-eyed and confused when we asked his name. He didn't say it, but we could tell that he couldn't remember, and then after maybe a minute or two, it seemed to just come back to him, like the phone number of an old girlfriend or something. And I remember kneeling down next to him and saying, "Hey buddy, what happened? How'd you end up in that?" And he broke eye contact and then stared off, kind of blinking for a second, before saying he couldn't remember. The only things he did remember were hiking alone, realizing someone was following him, and then running to try and escape them. Then the next thing he knew, he was way up the side of the mountain, too exhausted to climb back down again. And that was it. No significant details to go on, no coherent timeline, just he was alone, got scared, then ran in a blind panic. Do I know how to court a lady, or do you have no game? I'm the Rizzler. The Rizmeister. Dr. Rizzington. I'm from Riz Square, on the corner of Riz Road and Rizzington Circuit. Do you have any game, Gabe? Mr. Gabe? Let's hear your game. Let's hear your latest game story. I want to hear it. Prove to me you're a man who can walk up to any girl ever, blow fucking glitter in her face, and now she's yours. Oh, you're looking at motion. You're looking at a perpetual motion machine. You're wearing a Tribbley hat leaning against a lamppost. Well, hello, sweetheart. So it appeared that this guy seems to be bullying you? That's my husband. Well, not for long, seeing as I'm pretty much, like, kind of in charge of this area around here, and, like, he can't be here. So if you could ask him to leave, and then we could continue chatting in my private estate. And then you point to, like, a cardboard box. And she's like, get the fuck out of here, husband. I've met a new man. That's what I thought. How much Reddit karma do you have? Oh, funny you should ask. I have over 2 million Reddit updates. The only person that has more Reddit points than me is Ghislaine Maxwell. But we don't ask questions about that. Let's riz. That was it. No significant details to go on, no coherent timeline, just he was alone, got scared, and then ran in a bland... Motherfucker, I'm like actually brain dead. I need to do stand-up. That'd be fun, honestly. I mean, I've wanted to ever since I was young. It's just that, like... I realized very early on, and I've talked about this before, whenever I practiced stand-up on like a stand-up comedy club during college, I realized so fast that you doing off-the-cuff improv with friends or in your own comfort, and that like comedic timing is so much different than like writing a joke down, because you almost like need to learn how to act, if that makes sense. Like you need to learn how to like become a false type of funny, like a funny that's like pre-written. And the delivery on like a pre-written joke line, it's like so, like I don't know. I struggle to do it. It's so much harder than just like kind of saying stupid shit off the cuff. Crowd work. Yeah, my crowd work is picking up my shirt, pointing at my fucking six-pack and saying, "Where's my Build-A-Bear? You dumb bitches." Stand-up doesn't sound fun compared to just screwing around like this. Stand-up is a performance. Exactly, yeah. It definitely takes a lot. Because, I mean, how many, like, podcast comedians do you watch? Like Theo Von or whoever. And then you, like their, off-the-cuff humor, their improvisational skills with, like, random people. And then you listen to their stand-up comedy, and it's just, like, very different. It's not that it's like wildly different in content, it's just its delivery to me is always so important, and it's just way different. You need to come up with stuff right away out of your head. I mean, that would be really well. No, I mean that's not how stand-up comedy works. Like you pre-write it, right? And then so you can, like, everything's curated, which honestly some might say that might be easier. You write your jokes, you curate it how you want. And maybe that's the thing. Maybe you do a tentative outline of the things you want to talk about, but then just present them almost like differently between each show so that it feels natural. Maybe that's the technique. You think of the funny thing you want to say, but then just kind of, so it flows more naturally, you just kind of say it rather than like, memorize lines. You got to do a lot of shows to get a solid routine. I think we had like 2 people in our chat before who actually did stand-up comedy as like a gig. I forget who it was. The one guy was like something Rooster or something. I don't remember. And then there was a girl. You can tell I'd be so bad at pre-written jokes. Gabe, why are you so... You're like the least supportive person We've been friends for how long? 10 years, 20 years, 30 years? And you treat me like a piece of mud. Like a piece of piss. I'm telling your mom. That was it. No significant details to go on. No coherent timeline. Just he was alone, got scared, then ran in a blind panic till he came to again. I don't know why I didn't. Just he was alone, got scared, and then ran in a blind panic till he came to again. The ground team rolled up on their ATVs within maybe 10 to 15, and then the medics began swarming the guy. We waited for Reyes to finish talking to the ground team lead, hoping that the guy'd get more talkative as he warmed up, but he didn't. His memory stayed foggy, and he never found out how a guy with no equipment climbed all... How are they mixing up we and he? Are they right on the next... No, they're not near each other at all on the keyboard. Everything's changing. I love you. I love you too. See, Gabe, that's how you be nice to your favorite content creator. You give them love and adoration. You don't ask if they're bald every 10 fucking seconds like a weirdo. Hey, do you have any pubes? Do you have any spare pubes you can give me? Hey, streamer, do you have any hair on your body? Or are you just like straight just thick with it? Just straight up slick. Just straight slick in the pool. Just sliding through the pool like a serpent. That's how I prefer my streamers. Hairless. Completely fucking shorn like a sheep. With a straight razor. Slippery wet like a seal. I want them to arf too. Can you arf for me, streamer? Can you arf, arf, arf? Can you balance a little ball on your nose? We waited for Reyes to finish talking to the ground team lead, hoping that the guy would get more talkative as he warmed up. But he didn't. His memory stayed foggy, and we never found out how a guy with no equipment climbed all the way up to that bluff. The paramedics chalked it up to exposure or delirium, and missing hikers often try to climb up high so aircraft can spot them and don't anticipate the nights getting fatally cold. So after they loaded him up and they whisked him off to the ER in Provo for treatment, saying all would make sense once the guy's memory came. So after they loaded him up, they whisked him off to the ER for treatment, saying all would make sense once the guy's... Oh, okay. Do I own cymbals? I do. I smash them together when you wind me up in the back like a little monkey. So after they loaded him up, they took him off to the ER in Provo for treatment, saying all would make sense once the guy's memory came back to him. We wrapped the op, flew back to base, and then debriefed with all the standard paperwork. Now, we'd done our job, maybe even saved a guy's life in the process, so it should have been high fives all around after hitting the bar for celebration beers. But all we did was sit around talking about it because none of it made any sense. The bluff near Wilson's Peak was almost a day's walk from Hayden, the place the guy was reported missing. That meant that he'd hiked and climbed over 15 miles as the crow flies to get from Hayden to Wilson, which, if you know the terrain, seems next to impossible, especially at night. And then to get up the bluff that he was on, he must have truly believed that his life was in danger because I don't know if you're a climber or if any climbers are actually listening, but I'm talking class 5 scrambling against vertical faces, something any usual amateur would consider themselves incapable of. Now this guy had no climbing gear, no experience listed in his profile, as the family confirmed that he was a casual weekend walker from the flatlands. And so in that case, how the heck did he free climb that in a panic, in snow, without breaking his own damn neck? Investigators following up on his claims of a pursuit, but they... Arf, 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 arf. Investigators followed up on his claims of a pursuit, but they didn't find a second set of tracks on the snows below, and there were no reports of suspicious activity from any place else in the park. The guy recovered physically and was happily reunited with his wife and kids following a brief stay in the hospital, but his memories stayed like Swiss cheese. The last thing he recalled clearly was realizing that he was being followed, and then apart from a few flashes of running, climbing, and fearing for his life, it was all dark patches. In the years since, I must have gone it over in my head maybe 100 times already, and I wonder what spooked the guy so bad that he actually turned into a damn mountain goat. And the only thing that really tracks is a bear. A big old black bear standing on 2 legs, which might have started chasing him on 4, and that's the only sight that I could figure would trigger that kind of primal fear, in which case it could have been a mama bear just taking care of her cubs. But then what if it wasn't? What if it really was a man out there lurking among the trees and waiting for some hapless hiker to come along so he could hunt them through the trees? Both are scary in their own way, but it still doesn't explain the distances involved or how our hiker climbed up that bluff, and it kills me thinking that I'll never find out, and it'll forever... I mean, let me know what you think, but both are scary in their own way. But it still doesn't explain the distances involved or how our hiker climbed up that bluff. And it kills me thinking that I'll never find out, and it'll forever. And it kills me thinking I'll never find out, and I'll forever... What the fuck am I doing? Jesus Christ. Voila. And it kills me thinking I'll never find out, and it'll... What the fuck? It's like I can't flow with this shit. It kills me thinking I'll never find out, and it'll forever remain a mystery. An it'll. I'm just gonna say type it will. It'll just feels so fucking weird there. Those conjunction, bunction, function, munctions. A tittle. A little whittle tittle bit. And it kills me thinking I'll never find out, and it will forever remain a mystery. Why am I so weird about conjunctions? Your mama got me all flustered up about them conjunction function, baby. What's your function? Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. Babes, you're misinterpreting historical events. It sounds like you're spreading misinformation. I didn't mag up. I did mag up. I made the tea. But honestly, the tea might just make my brain worse. Do y'all Americans notice when we type stuff like favor or honor, etc.? Does it not register the same way? I don't notice when you guys do. Yeah, I think it sticks out to us, because what the fuck is a you doing in there? What if Pradeep is Joel's imaginary friend? I thought about that. I'm like, what if I'm so bored by myself that I just came up with some kitty that I just like pet in the thin air? Kitty! Do I have your permission to use your vocals in the song? That's part where you script reading? Yeah, dude, that'd be cool. Can you come back into the stream or let us know when you use it? That'd be fucking sweet. Alright guys, we're gonna read the outro here. And then you gotta think of something funny for me to say on said outro. You gonna send an Appalachian story? Yeah. I feel like we're well overdue for some more appas, some more appetizers. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams every Sunday and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over at my email, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and you might even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where we can hear all of these stories and big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. I also have a true crime channel called Saturn Soul, all links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends, and remember, what do we remember? What do we remember? But just chilling. What doing? But just chilling. Blonde with the $20 says, and say goodbye to dog poop. Okay, we'll do that. $20 is all it takes to get me to do pretty much anything you want. So that's perfect. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, say goodbye to dog poop. Is that one movie with Jack Black where he like sprays, it's like Poo Be Gone or something like that, where he sprays something onto the poop and it just kind of evaporates? Vey Poo Gone or something like that. Anyways, guys, if you haven't had a chance to check out the bonus content today, there's a new one that's up on the bonus content playlist, as well as the $5 tier over on Patreon. It is paranormal stories, so be sure to check them out. Otherwise, I'm going to get this up and edited over on Patreon. It's only $1 a month for the early access, and if you do the $5 over there, it also gets the early access, so it covers both. But I'll get it up over there. I'll get it up on YouTube, same time, same place, 9 p.m. EST every Monday and Thursday. I guess we're going into a Thursday now, end of the week. Think about what you're going to make for Thanksgiving. Even if you live in Spain or wherever the hell, you got to make something, and then you got to feed it to your family and make them fat. It's the American way. But otherwise, guys, follow my Instagram at letsread.official to be kept up to date when I go live. I'll be back streaming on Sunday night. Love you guys. Appreciate you. Check out Saturn Soul. Check out the podcast. You already know what it is. Have a great one. Adios.